It's 3 places that you can stay for absolutely free. 3 of them. You ain't got to pay a doggone thing. Hear me. Understand that you can stay out my face for free. You can stay out my business for free. And you can stay out my way for free. Those things won't cost you a doggone thing. 3 places you can stay for absolutely free. Thank you.
Step 1, wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Yo. Set your affirmations, aspirations. I got shit to do, the aftermath of preparation. Good food, good mood, blood in circulation. One step at a time, yeah, that's how you make it. Set a goal you control and the steps you take them. I try to pick one thought, have some concentration. And if I make a mistake, it's called education. I try to do this every day, call it replication. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 So life ain't easy, yo, I think there's a reason though. Ups and downs, just like every different season, yo. Sometimes I'm high, other times I'm barely breathing, though. I always gotta fight and hide from the demons, yo. Negative thoughts are poison, they rot. Head full of flaws, so here come the clouds. They'll never stop unless I can swap all the bad for the good in my head when I'm lost. Yeah, so I'ma fake it till I make it. Positive thoughts are overtaken, I got patience. One day at a time is how you operate a cadence. A flow, you grow, you show yourself a foundation. Stay away from all the shit that causes temptation. I know that I like to do it cause it's sensation. I live my life in my head like a narration. Don't expect greatness, do my best, man, I'll take it. Wake up, today's gonna be a good day. 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 Wake up, today's gonna be a good day.
Wake up early, gonna rise with the sun. Step 2, get some good, some food in you. Step 3, think real hard about what you wanna be. Step 4, everybody just do your thing.
Andrea, aka Bullhorn Betty here. Look what I found. It looks like a lot of people on YouTube. Right here. Right here. This is a real ass right here. Like many people on YouTube. All you need to do is show an asshole a little love. Right? Right? Tell him. What you need to do? What you need to do? Huh? What you need to do? Oh, too many assholes on YouTube. Say it. Say it with me, baby. Say there's just too many people. Too many people on YouTube that look like you, huh? So the next time you want to be an ass, maybe you should come out here and hang out with the ass. Just saying. You want to be a jackass? There's your brother.
See, I don't know about y'all, but like for real, I don't mind being talked about. My problem come in when they start making stuff up. So you can talk about me all you want. It is what it is. You know, it's either I did it or I didn't. I said it or I didn't. Whatever the case is, I don't care. I let whoever think whatever, feel whatever. That's on them. You know what I'm saying? But it's the making up part. It's the lying part. It's the adding on to part that always get me. I don't mind being talked about. It's when y'all start lying that bothers me.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.
Still got that. I should have switched that over. Sorry about that. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm late. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about that. I forgot I set up the live last night. So when I got up this morning, I'm kind of just hanging out doing research until I get a call from mom. And Mama Bullhorn's like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, oops. Did I do that? Good morning. I'm still in a weird sleep cycle, you know. I mean, I've been home now for not quite 2 weeks. But you know, still my sleep is all messed up. I'm up and down. Like when I go to sleep, let's say I go to sleep around 8:30. By 11:30, I'm waking up. And then I go back to sleep. Again, around 1:30, 2:30, I'm waking up again. And so forth and so forth. That's kind of been my sleep. So this morning, I mean, I forgot, I set it up, I think last night at like 2:30 in the morning when I woke up and was awake before I went back to bed for like the 5th or 6th time for the night. So I know there's other people out there that, yes, I see you, Miss Robin. Yes. Good morning, by the way. Good morning to Emma, Susanna, Sonia, Miss Robin, Blondie UK, Mysterious Girl. There's a lot of people in here. McPoppins, Amanda, Kevin Rice, nice to see you. M Racing. I want to get in one of those race cars. M Racing. It's nice to see you. Nice to see you. Tennessee Girl, Southern Granny Wolf says, she made it back in the nick of time. Thank you to Mama Bullhorn for cracking the whip on Bullhorn Betty this morning and saying, what are you doing? Get your butt up. Get online. And I'm like, I don't even have coffee yet. So we had to wait for coffee. I sleep the same way. I've never used to sleep like that. If anybody knows, I used to go to bed at like 8:30 in the morning. I used to wake up at 4:30 in the morning. We used to go live at 6:30 in the morning. That was the schedule. Then I decided to go and pack it up and go on the road. And now you get, where's Betty this morning? Right? It's getting better though. We've already had two lives this week on time. Well, this one was late, but we're still in the window of time. So anyways, good morning. Good morning. So we have a lot of stuff to go over this morning. I mean, we've been covering several cases, and it's like these several cases are just like, I can't explain it. It's, they're all kind of coming to a head, like the bomb breaking news of Debbie Collier. What? You have got to be kidding me. How in the world did they come up with that? Now, am I saying that it's completely untrue? I trust, these doctors. I trust, but it's odd. We've got law enforcement talking about how personal this crime appears to be in one breath. And then under another breath, we have the coroner say that Debbie Collier, that this is all self-inflicted. And I'm like, what? This is almost as unbelievable as the Kylie Rodney you know, her cause of death. You know, it was basically accidental drowning as her cause of death. In that report, I haven't looked into the report to see if they had come out with any additional findings, but from my understanding, they haven't come out with any additional findings that have been produced to the public that I know of. Now, I could be wrong. Many of you guys know I've been sitting in Savannah, Georgia for a solid month. I've been home. So you're talking about 6 weeks. I really haven't been focusing on the Kylie Rodney case, but I had said when I was on the road how I thought that that particular case, it was ruled correctly because, you know, her cause of death being accidental drowning. I mean, it would have, you've only got several things you can put on for a cause of death. You know, it's like, you know, suicide, accidental, natural, and homicide. So it couldn't have been a homicide drowning because nobody held her underwater, physically held her underwater, or you know, held her down for her to. So it really was considered an accidental drowning. That would have been the appropriate, you know, I guess ruling. I don't know what they. I guess the prescription. I don't know what they call it. Ruling on the cause of death by the coroner's office. But this one with Debbie Collier, it's like, you know, we're kind of looking, and I went back and looked at it, and, you know, strange case rulings this year. Yes, there's been a lot of them. Absolutely. It's just kind of mind blowing because we had that whole Kylie Rodney, and everybody's like, what? But, you know, in the end of the day, not one report identified her that I saw. Now, again, it's been 6 weeks. So there is a possibility that there's stuff that has been released that I have not yet seen. Okay. So just, if I'm wrong, correct me so we can make sure that the information is factual on here. But I did get a copy of the information that they released to the press. So they did release that to me, but when I read it, I didn't get the same thing everybody else was talking about. You know, they're like, oh, they deemed this an accident. There's a couple reasons why they you know, the cause of death. Yes, it was an accidental drowning. She didn't mean to die. You know, it wasn't that somebody held her under there. You know, she did drown. That means that she was breathing at the time the car went into the water. You know, she was in the back hatch of the car. Was it possible she was in the back seat of the car laying down and through the course of the accident managed to get over that back rest? That is possible, in my opinion. But it still proves that she wasn't driving. And just because it was an accident doesn't mean somebody else isn't at fault for the accident and for her untimely death. I haven't seen any of that information. And I may need to do a records request for it. I mean, I don't know, you know, if anybody heard this, I can't accept the cause of death for Kylie. I still stand, it doesn't mean that it's not foul play just because they said it's an accidental drowning. It just means that somebody didn't target or murder her, you know, that this was, you know, again, somebody else could have been driving. When we saw that circle before it started veering into the water, that could have been somebody trying to figure out how to get out and thinking they had the right way and drove it right into the water. They get out of the vehicle and don't realize that Kylie didn't escape with them because obviously they didn't realize maybe she had passed out or whatnot. Again, it questions things because Adventures with Purpose is the one that gave us the video that kind of implied this thing. And, you know, we're hearing some things behind the scenes from members of Adventures with Purpose due to the fact of Jared's past. You know, it kind of brought this to light. It broke the whole team up. It's been very damaging to the Adventures with Purpose team and what such good work that outfit has done in finding and locating. And no matter how many people can say they did this, they amplified this for effect and for entertainment value. Okay, so what? It doesn't change the fact that they've solved a lot of cases, a lot of cold cases. They put an end and some closure in a lot of people's lives. And no matter what Jared and or anybody on that team, for that matter, has done 30 or 40 years ago, does not change the fact of all the good they have done. You know, being a boss, running a company, even one like Adventures with Purpose, which runs on donations, it's still a business. And you still have to run it as a business.
You know, this idea that they're not allowed to make money for the work they do, I call BS. I call BS. I am not one of these people on YouTube that is going to sit there and beat somebody up that goes out there every single day, works their heart out in a job that they love, but they're the ones that work and solve these cases are the ones that have to give up their paycheck to suit the haters. I don't believe that. Until the day that one of those haters gives up their entire year's salary to a cause, that is the only, in that person, not every other hater on the planet, well, only that person can complain to anybody else on YouTube about making a penny. Because at the end of the day, YouTube is a business for many, many people, millions of people across this world. They come to YouTube to provide a service to their audience and to be paid the same. How are we paid through YouTube? A lot of people talk about this AdSense program. Would you guys know that day that I stood up outside of Leilani's house, okay? Let me make sure that my information is accurate here. I want to make sure that I'm completely accurate. So you guys can, and it's if it tells me all this information. But that that day I stood up for 9 hours out in front of Leilani's house. And now, mind you, I literally talked into my phone literally for 9 hours. I wasn't participating in the protest. I mean, there were silent protests. I guess I was participating because I did have signs around my vehicle that said justice for Quentin. But I myself was talking to the audience. And let me just get here. Let me find it real quick. I'll tell you which one it is. I just want to put this in perspective for you guys. Maybe it's on another page here. Hold on. Bear with me. So mind you, so 9 hours. Okay, 9 hours. That particular video for 9 hours in ad revenue earned $107.95. Okay. So to put it in perspective for you, what the ad revenue generates for in this particular 9-hour video had almost 36,000 views, 36,000 views. And out of 36,000 views and 9 hours later, just the ad revenue alone only equated for $107 and change. So we'll round up to $108. So the reason why I'm telling you this is because ad revenue is not what keeps the lights on, right? Ad revenue is the money that I put away to go on the trips, along with the donations is what I put away. But it's the donations, it's the viewer sponsorship that allows us to be able to do the things. Like I said, 9 hours in the baking sun, over 35,000 people viewed it. The AdSense itself earned $107. That's less than minimum wage, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's, what is 9 hours minus 108? I mean, might as well get factual here because I just want to put this in perspective. Because everybody is talking about Adventures with Purpose making all this money. The ad revenue itself, it sucks. You're not going to get a whole lot. Where you get the money on YouTube is through your donations, your super stickers, your super chats, your Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal. You know what I'm saying? That is where the funds that run these channels come from. It comes from the viewer, the audience. So why am I going through this? Is because I heard a lot of things about, and it always seems when it comes to the haters, they're making money. Yes, money makes this world go round. People that get up every day have to put gas in their vehicle for their job, like searching for people, have to put gas in the boats that they are using to go search for people, having to travel across the country with huge, huge, huge equipment. Big trucks, big RVs, things that guzzle a lot of gas. And they drive that literally from one side of this country to another side of this country. That costs money. Feeding their entire group, because you got to remember, all those people that are out there videotaping, those are all people that are on the payroll. Those are all the people that have to have some place to sleep. Those are all people that have to have something to eat. Right? So this idea that nobody's allowed to make money on here is ludicrous. And whoever says that, again, I want you to pull your receipts up and show me how you donated your paycheck. Because every time I make a paycheck, whether it's donations or not, it goes back into what I'm doing. It goes back into new equipment for this office. It goes back for these things. And the reason why I'm going through this is because that should never be a reason for a team or anything else to be crucified over. All right, let's be honest. Even all this stuff that they have has to be insured. Insurance ain't cheap, especially with RVs that go across the country. It's not cheap. So again, whether or not Jared did something 30 years ago, it was really despicable. You know, if he has not been held accountable and should be held accountable, that is what the courts are for when it comes to that particular case. I myself, many of you guys know my story, am a victim, an SA victim. Myself, my case has never been solved. Just to put that in perspective, my case has never been solved. Whoever did what they did to me is still out there walking amongst us. And the detective that I was very close with when all this happened in my 20s, his name was Detective Hutto, ended up having an untimely demise. And I never really got assigned another detective. And if I did, they never reached out to me. They never reached out to me, and it's never really been. And you know, over the years, it's for me mentally, it's just been I want to just get back to life. I was sick and tired of that holding me down, and you know, I moved forward. So I'm saying this specifically from a place that understands what happened and how it affects people and how it affects young children, because I was assaulted as a young child myself. Nothing very graphic or anything like that, but it's still a particular incident did happen. So I kind of understand the victim of this as well as, you know, I'll never understand a 17-year-old, you know, but 17-year-olds, he may have been one of those people that just didn't get a lot of attention from women, you know, was very curious. No excuse. I'm not making excuses. I'm just trying to find out, you know, was there another explanation for what had happened? There will never be another explanation for what happened. But I find it awfully odd that when these allegations did decide to surface, they surfaced on the heels of one of the largest cases that they've ever had, and one that probably helped fill their coffers to do other jobs or get better equipment. And then all of a sudden, these allegations start rearing their ugly head from 30 years ago. So naturally, you know, being the person that I am, I'm analyzing the entire situation, not just the immediate one of this person being assaulted by Jared. I'm looking at the entirety of everything. And one of those things was, why didn't this come sooner? Why did this come after they have made national and international news? Why now? And then why are they going out, the victims going out and setting up? I mean, I heard that Jared himself set up a GoFundMe for $1 million. I heard the victim went and set herself up an account for $1 million. I don't know if that's 100% true. I'm not really looking into this case. With respect to that, I mean, whatever allegations came out, it destroyed the entire Adventures with Purpose team, all the great work that they did. And it seems like it's a payday for somebody, and not really because this is a victim sus type of situation. It sounds like somebody is, and you know what? People are saying that, you know, Jared's an asshole. So what? Running a company is not easy work. And when you're the boss and you're friends with people too, to boot, you have to make sure when you're on your job and you're the boss and the boss, you have to make sure they know who's the boss. You know, I remember reading reading this book. It was years ago in my 20s, and I don't even know if I got the name right, but it's um, something about being an asshole. You know, being a good boss is being an asshole, and I've always believed that. When you're at work, you know, you're the and this type of work that they do is so skilled and specific that I'd have to think that there has been some, you know, opposition behind the scenes, especially places to look, places to, you know, there may be a difference in opinions. Who gets to make the final decision? The boss, right? And it pisses the entire team off because they made the ultimate decision. Oh well, that's how jobs work. That's how jobs work. I've worked with some pretty good bosses, and I've worked for some pretty shitty ones. The best boss I've worked for is myself, but I cause myself the most problems. I'm the worst employee, right? I'm the worst employee. Yeah, who cares? And that's it, Jenny. That's what I'm trying to say. Who cares? They've earned every single penny. And not only that, but like in Savannah, you know, we were working around the clock. Why are we so exhausted? I mean, you're hearing from one, you know, Dolly, me, and Olivia, the three people that were out there the longest. I mean, even Justice for All still recovering, for the love of God. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was really rough. And people, they tell you guys one thing, but what they're telling you is a complete lie. Because I can tell you, when I'm on the ground, I literally work from daylight to dark, and then everywhere in between and after, right? If the phone rings, I'm out the door. It doesn't matter if it's 10 o'clock at night. I could have woken up at 4 o'clock in the morning and still get that call at 10 o'clock at night and still have to run out the door. That's the name of the work that we do. So we're there literally around the clock, 24 hours a day. And trust me, $107 from ad revenue is barely even covering the meal for the week. You know what I'm saying? One meal, like whether it be breakfast for the week. So as you can imagine, and the reason why I'm going through this again is Adventures with Purpose is getting brutalized right now for the money that they make. They work very hard. And they bring very authentic content, and they do a good service. They have literally everything in one. And so from here on out, the standard that we're going to take is anybody that brings up money, brings up what YouTubers make on their programs and stuff like that. This is what I'm going to challenge anybody. Before you come to me, which I've donated literally 85% of my salary into my cases. So if somebody is not willing to do that with their own paycheck, don't come and tell me how much I'm supposed to make, what I'm supposed to do with my money. That's none of your damn business. It's none of anybody's business. You guys see the work that I do. I'm not going to sit and bow down to these haters, and I don't think Adventures with Purpose should either. I am kind of disappointed that Adventures with Purpose did break apart so easily after these allegations. That means they weren't a very tight, cohesive unit, in my opinion, to begin with. There were some things going on behind the scenes for everybody to jump ship. Because, you know, I'd have to take into consideration, for me, if I was on that team, what are the true allegations? When did they happen? What made this case come forward? What has transpired recently that provoked this? Why not later? Why not sooner? You know, all these questions would be coming into play for me in making my decision whether to stay or to go. But I am loyal to a fault. So, you know, I don't protect baby killers, and I definitely don't protect, you know, I'm one of those people that if you did it and you need to go do your time, right? Law and order. If you did something that violated the law and you are required, even if it happened 30 years ago, to now pay for that. Now I can tell you these SA allegations from 30 years ago, definitely in as far as the law, the criminal law, the penalties were probably very, 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 very low, you know, 30 something years ago. And they have to base law off of at the time when the crime was committed. So that means all the new laws from the time the crime was committed to the current date do not apply. It's what the law was at the time the crime was committed. So that's, you know, I'm very curious because he was a minor. So I'm very curious how they made this stretch for Jared and bringing him to court. But it sounds like the family, the other side of the family, the victims are actually pushing this case forward. It seems like law enforcement didn't even want to go and arrest this guy or take him in for whatever reason, this, that, or the other. So I really don't know. I really, really, really don't know. I need to go to the dentist. As many of you guys know, I got a little filling right here. Had it forever. Fell out this morning when I was brushing my teeth. It's not hurting me. I mean, I'm drinking coffee and stuff like that. But I got this filling back in 2012, which I didn't agree with it because it was a tiny little spot that I could have just kept clean. And the dentist was like, "Oh no, we need to take preventative measurements." Well, they destroyed my front teeth, and I've been having a hard time with them ever since because I didn't take my I listened to the greedy dentist as well as opposed to my personal judgment. I remember arguing with them about it, and now I regret it. Because what's going to end up happening is I'm going to end up having to get these two front teeth crowned, even though there's nothing wrong with them because of what they did when they and how they filled the fillings at the gum line, which sucks. If anybody knows what crowns cost, they are not cheap. And I got good teeth. There's no reason to have these front teeth crowned. But because I in 2012 listened to a young new dentist, I'm paying consequences a decade later. Yes. Let's see here. It really sucks you have to explain how to make it does, but it's not even really for me. It's for the Adventures with Purpose. I'm so sick of hearing that conversation. Like, I am literally sick and tired of hearing that conversation. If anybody, I know there's a lot of people in here that are just spectators and subscribers to these channels, but you don't realize all the tools that creators like me have behind the scenes from YouTube, talking specifically about how to make money, the best amount of money on YouTube. They give you classes and stuff like that. The next class that they've got going on right now is about Creator Class 2023. The next hashtag YouTube Black Voices class. They have ready to get business savvy classes on here. You see what I'm saying? So this idea that YouTube is not created or designed to be a business, that's untrue. It's totally, totally, totally untrue. But I don't know how I feel about the whole Adventures with Purpose thing. But kind of getting back on track on what we're here. We started talking about Debbie Collier, and that's really right now kind of the what? We just had, no, tell me if I'm wrong. Let me try to catch up with some of these comments. There's a difference. He's previously charged with fraud. That's not a good person. Never mind, boss. Oh, listen, I'm just now getting into these things. Don't be rude on my channel, please. I'm asking everybody. We're having a conversation here. Being rude is unnecessary. Absolutely 100% unnecessary. You don't need to be rude to the people in chat. We're just having a conversation. And if you're unable to have a conversation about certain things, then just leave. If you're not adult enough to have an adult conversation, leave the room. It's pretty simple and a pretty simple rules. But I have not, and again, if for those people that want to get the earwax out of their ears, I have not been following this case. We're not talking about his previous fraud charges. And what is the fraud charges? Who were they from? And was he found guilty? Just because you have a flippant charge, just because you've been arrested, doesn't mean you're guilty of the crime. I want to see the record. That's what I'd like to see. Now, I know there's plenty of people on YouTube that probably has it all out. And if I just went and watched a video, then I'd probably be educated. I don't watch other people's crap. That's what people fail to realize. So that means I'm going to have to research it myself. I don't have time to do that. That's why I come here. You guys tell me some of the stuff that I need to know. But one thing I can do without is being rude, because anybody can be rude. And trust me, I'm a master of being as nasty can get. So just, take that as a warning when you come into this chat. Like, you're dealing with the master asshole right here. You don't want to be an asshole to me. You just don't. It happens in my extended family. A teen male cousin sexually or essays his stepsis cousin. and they didn't come for many years later, and then he admitted it. So it happens. Yeah, no, and I get how that happens. I get why. But my question is, is this, in this particular situation, this looked like a money grab. It didn't look like she was, had problems with this. Maybe she did. People deal with things differently. I'm not taking that back. What I'm saying is that it looks peculiar. Okay, how all this stuff unfolded seems odd to me with Adventures with Purpose. It seems very calculated. It seemed very strategic. That's what I'm saying. A family member set up a victim. She didn't want it. It was taken down. A family member set it up for the victim. She didn't want it. It was taken down. I'm sure she wanted it until she got the backlash for it. And then all of a sudden, well, so-and-so did it. I don't have nothing to do with that. And not only that, but C12. Why is it just now coming out? Again, very strategic, it just seems odd to me. It does. And it seems like almost an attack from within. And I don't know why I have that feeling. That's why I'm staying out of this case. It's because clearly I have a bias and I can't work a case if I cannot have objectivity. This is going to be one of those cases that I don't have objectivity to, because I'm overanalyzing this case already. Like, why is this lady now coming forward? It's not that she's a victim. I mean, I feel for her as a victim, but again, strategy. It seems strategic to me. It has the smell of strategy. Why? Because I strategize a lot about everything, right? I believe it happened, but I also believe they took advantage of the time. And yes, thank you. I think you're saying what I'm trying to say, but I'm not saying it that way. But that's what I'm talking about. That I think you hit the nail on the head of what I was trying to convey. Thank you. Had he not been labeled like a hero, she may not have come forward. She did that herself, I believe. I don't know. I think it was that, you know what? And I almost, and again, this is all speculative. This is not fact by any stretch of the imagination. This is literally me brainstorming, like my thoughts as we're talking about this coming out. Because again, I did not research this. I did not go into it. I did not look at it. But yeah, I still think that it was her cousin, the one that set up that $1 million GoFundMe. I think she has been in the victim's ear. I think it's been her pushing this, whether the victim wanted to come forward or not, now is being forced to come forward. But for some reason, I think it was that cousin, the one that set up the GoFundMe for her. I really think she was behind a lot of this. And I don't know why I have this feeling, but I can tell you it's in my gut and it ain't going nowhere. Like I've already tried to analyze the heck out of that thought, and it's still right there in my gut that I feel like somebody was pushing this victim to come forward, that she may have already dealt with whatever she was dealing with emotionally, had moved on with her life. And it seems like they got this notoriety. The cousin gets in her ear. Next thing you know, charges are being filed. Next thing you know, $1 million GoFundMe pages start popping up. Again, I have a problem with that. It seems it just doesn't seem like, for example, it doesn't seem like the case between Mary and Jeannie with Don Wells. What did they want? They wanted literally nothing. They didn't ask for money. They didn't ask for anything. What they did is they went on panels and told people about their brother and exposed their brother. They didn't go and set up $1 million GoFundMe for their emotional well-being. So we do have to take into consideration. We absolutely have to take into consideration the purpose behind all of this work. So enough with Adventures with Purpose, tomato. I know bosses are not necessarily the nicest people to get along with. So hearing that he's an asshole is no big deal for me, because I'm an adult. I've dealt with bosses that are assholes, as many of you guys have. No crime against that. Probably a successful business That's what people don't understand. When you have crappy bosses, not crappy bosses, just assholes, people that are just determined to do things their way, right? And that's what other people, especially other creative people, don't like hearing. They like to have their own creativity and do their own thing. We watch it here. We just, had a situation with a mod that was associated with the Bullhorn Betty channel. That's no longer associated with the Bullhorn Betty channel. Kind of do the same thing. They wanted to run this show their way. Excuse me, this is the Bullhorn Betty channel, right? So, I make the ultimate decisions on what goes on here, right? So, with that, even putting in that in perspective, I'm not discrediting if this person was, essayed at a young age. I know me personally, the essay at the young age really didn't affect me as bad as the one in my 20s, because I forgot about the one when I was younger. It took the one in my 20s to trigger what happened to me when I was a child. And so, I was living life, didn't even remember it. Didn't even remember it happened until the other one, the one that hasn't been solved. And then it triggers a lot of stuff. So, maybe something happened that triggered this, but I just have a funny feeling it's that cousin. That cousin was looking for a payday. Her cousin Jared was rich and he was adventurous with purpose and going all over the country and he's making just money hands over fist. Let me tell you, all these people that say that this company makes this money, this company or this YouTuber makes, they don't know what the heck people make. They go on to a system that they think calculates all this stuff correctly. Well, it doesn't. And it omits a lot as well. On those, what is a scoreboard or whatever they use. I don't know. I'm not into people that much that I've got to go and look up crap like that. Like it's no consequence to me. I don't do that. I was listening on one of these panels of these cockroaches saying that several of their videos just got hit. And the first thing out of their mouth is like, that was a Bullhorn Betty move. Newsflash. Let me say this again to all these haters that are out there. I don't watch your shit. I don't go on your pages. I don't go on your Twitter pages. Unless it comes to me on my copyright area of my studio, you don't even get struck. Like, I don't go out there and go through every little video and analyze it. I don't do that. So whoever struck you, let me give you a news flash again. It wasn't Bullhorn Betty. Okay? It wasn't Bullhorn Betty. So get your facts straight. I mean, thank you for the promotion. I mean, geez, you would think that I was this hacker sleuth. Like, I must have some serious skills to be in all these places all at one time. I must be an octopus, and I must have 20 computers in this room. Because if you took everything that everybody said I did, when would I have time to sleep? When would I have time? And now they're taking stretches. It's like, oh, she's associated with this person, so because they're doing something to me, it's Bullhorn Betty. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's them. It's not me. It's them. When I come for you right in front of your face. I am not one of those sneaky people that do dirty work behind your back. Anybody that has come up to me and has had to deal with me and has decided to tango with me, I will tell you every single move before I make it, but those moves will be made. Just because you don't believe I will make those moves doesn't mean that I didn't tell you I would make those moves. I don't do dirty, underhanded shit. I do it right above board. I do it right in your effing face. And when I hit you, it came from Bullhorn Betty. All right, let's get past Adventures with Purpose. Thank you guys for all participating in that discussion. But there was a lot of stuff that I felt needed to get off my chest. Does it make me a bad person? Of course not. I didn't do this. This is not my monkey. It's not my circus. But it's still a lot of stuff that, I see. And I have an opinion. An opinion on. And so this is one of those things that I have an opinion on, is the whole thing with everybody jumping ship. If they knew that this stuff was going on and previously, why didn't they jump ship before it became public? You know what I'm saying? Why are they now, jumping ship? And this is another thing I can't stand. This is another thing I can't stand. And this happens way too often across the streets of YouTube. And I take note of it because I will never, ever, ever, ever be associated or friends with anybody on YouTube that has stabbed a previous friendly in the back. For example, the whole thing with the voodoo candle lady and MGL and what she tried to do to MGL. You will never, ever, ever be there. Why do I not like? Because you'll never be my friend. I've watched you stab Marissa in the back. If you will do that to somebody that you know, you will do that to me. Right? So if Adventures with Purpose, if all the people on there are now breaking their silence and saying all these horrible things so they can have their 15 minutes of fame, horrible thing, I don't want nothing to do with any of them. I really don't. Because if you have a disagreement and go straight to YouTube to publicize it at the detriment of a person you used to call friend, I want nothing to do with you. Because if you cross a friend that way, you will cross me that way. If you take recordings of a conversation from another creator and try to share them with me, I don't want them. I don't want them because you have no integrity. And it makes me question everything you're handing me. And in addition to that, I will never, ever, ever be your friend because I watch what you do to your friends. So, don't come snuggling up to me or trying to get cozy to me as a person that trusted you is pulling knives out of their back, because I won't be the one. I'm a wise person, not a smart person. I don't have trust for a lot of people here on YouTube. There are only a certain group of people I have trust for, and it's because I've met them. We've sat down and talked. We know each other. We see each other eye to eye. We don't have to agree on every little thing. And yes, we do have some creative disputes. So what? Right? So what? But at the end of the day, these are people I haven't seen stab other people in the back. It's him admitting it for me. Well, the letter to his cousin, I read it. I overanalyzed it. I reread it. Yeah, he is confirming that something did happen 30 years ago. I do agree hands down with that, with the Adventures with Purpose and Jared. I agree with that. He is basically acknowledging something did happen. But he didn't acknowledge what. And he didn't confirm what her allegations were to be true. So again, there's still two sides to every story. Does it look good? No. But I didn't see anything that was there overwhelmingly damning. Now, could that mean he still fiddled with her, or he went even further than that? I don't know. But again, I don't want to talk about it. My argument in this case is the loyalty aspect of this case. It's not really the victim and victimology. I don't know why this victim came forward now. Was it, I really do believe that if you come forward from a good place, then right will come to you. If you're coming from a bad place, then you're probably going to eat just desserts. And even in a victim sense of that, if you're doing this for the wrong reasons, you're probably going to have a heavy cost to pay for doing this for the wrong reason. 17 is not considered a minor. It seems like you really have a fight in this for some reason. And yes, 17 is a minor. It is up to the discretion of the court in certain crimes to have a 17-year-old as an adult. Not every crime that they commit will be considered an adult crime. 17 years old is still an underage child. They are not 18 years old. And again, it's up to the discretion of the court. Legal sec, you should know this based upon your name. You should know this very good and well. So why are you spreading misinformation on my channel? Why are you spreading misinformation on my channel? If 17 is considered an adult, why is it not changed in the books, in the law books? Just curious. I guess they don't want to be part of the horrific accusations. They would work to supply their family. I can understand why they all left. I really can't, unless the allegation has been confirmed. Maybe Jared went in there and said, "Look, guys, there's some shit that's about to hit the fan. I know if you guys want to leave, go ahead and leave." If it was something like that, I can understand. But this is what I'm hearing, though, and correct me if I'm wrong. Mary or anybody else, correct me if I'm wrong. It's going to take me a minute to get to the correction. I have to be honest, because I'm still, where am I at? I'm still at 8:36, so I'm about 20 minutes off of the chat. I'm 20 minutes behind in the chat. But legal sec, I'm not trying to yell at you. I know you're probably here in the goodness of your heart, but let's get facts straight. That is an incorrect statement, and you know it. But getting back to Mary, I understand that, but at the end of the day, it seems like some of these people have come out into public and basically confirmed that they heard of these allegations. Okay, well, if you heard of these allegations before and you chose to work with this guy, why are you jumping ship when it comes to light? I just don't get it. I just thought I thought that was horrible. I would never be in a situation like this where I fiddled with a kid or something, and this is coming 30 years later. I'm a female. That's more of a male. And now again, this is nothing against females. I know it can go both ways, but predominantly this is something that males do to females, not females to males. It's more uncommon to have a female to male type of situation like this, but it's not unheard of. And quite frankly, I think the act is sick, but kids do stupid shit. He was 17. He was a lot smarter than just your average kid. Don Wells was 14. You can kind of give it a little more, leniency in Don Wells' case than his case, because he was being so close to the ripe age of adulthood. So there's a lot of different things that come in here, but I don't like that, legal sec, because that is an incorrect statement, and you know it. A minor is a minor until the age of 18. That is legally definition of a minor. So 17 is definitely considered a minor, is definitely without a doubt considered a minor. Does that mean that the law charges them that way? Not necessarily. In certain cases, they will charge them as an adult, but they're not required to, and that is at the discretion of the court, not law. So we know that Jared may be an asshole. When we started watching Adventures with Purpose, Jared was a behind the scenes guy. We didn't get to see that. Maybe in earlier cases that was, going on, but, and everybody was like wondering why Jared, maybe this was what was going on. Remember, everybody kept asking why Jared was not on this trip for Kylie Rodney, why he was staying behind the scenes and out of the limelight, and let Nick and, Doug do this trip, this high profile trip. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's because they all knew that there was something brouhaha behind the scenes. But why would you wait for the shoe to drop and then, bail? I guess is the thing. So anyways, we're again done with Adventures with Purpose. We're going to move on. We started talking about Debbie Collier, and then we kind of went on a tangent into Adventures with Purpose, even though they weren't even on the roster to be discussed today. But I'm glad we got to purge some of those feelings and some of our thoughts. I'll have to go back and read some of the comments. According to Jared, he was 12 to 15 when it all happened. That's what I'm saying. Because who's saying that he was 17? It was probably these girls, the victims. And remember, they're going off a very long. That makes more sense right there, 12 to 15 years old. And if that's the case, I even have more things to say to the victim. I'm sorry, but things can happen. This seems to me to be totally strategic, totally planned, and it was totally a money grab. And you cannot change my mind. I am one that comes here and advocates for people to earn a living on YouTube. I don't see anything wrong with that. People work. I know how hard I work, and I work a lot harder than people that have a 9-to-5 job in many cases. Yet those 9-to-5ers are telling me I need to get a job, I need to work. I am working. So I'm the person that advocates for the whole money thing. But when I see a money grab, when I see a definite, without a doubt, you can't make this stuff up, money grab, I am absolutely going to say it, whether there's a victim involved, from 30 years ago or not, because if they are making that money grab as a victim, they are wrong. They are wrong. And now she's too far into this to back out of it now. And I truly believe she was pushed by her cousin, the one that set up the $1 million GoFundMe page. I really do. I believe that they got together and this family member was pushing her. And now that everything's going to be rearing its ugly head, they push now why is Don Wells not in jail in Utah for the stuff he did to his stepsisters? Which there was, without a doubt, a lot more age difference in the Don Wells case, but yet they're going after Jared. Seems awfully funny to me, because we heard Don Wells admit over the phone that he did these things, these very specific things, to his sisters. He admitted it, he acknowledged it, and he acknowledged it with a hell of a lot more specificity than what we heard from the statement from Jared. I think Jared was very strategic in the letter and in his response to his cousin about, reach out to so-and-so to help you get through whatever, he was very strategic in that letter. He never admitted to a damn thing in that letter, to be honest with you, other than something happened when they were children. It didn't even say anything sexual in nature with his response. It could have just been he shoved his cousin. If you even change out all the words with, shoving his cousin, and you read that thing, he would be saying, well, go talk to so-and-so. I shoved her too. She will be able to help you through this. You don't know what they're talking about. You really don't. If you just read everything in its own separation, not collectively, but separately, it doesn't really say a whole lot, in my opinion. Are we allowed to have opposition opinions with you? Talks to angels? Yes, but you need to do that respectfully. I mean, you see how people, when they come here with an attitude, I get an attitude right back to them. So if you want to have an opposing opinion, which we have a conversation, I think it makes, honestly, for great debate. We don't want people parroting each other on here. I have my own opinions. My own opinions differ from my mod's opinions, from your opinions and everything else. Most of the time we have an idea of this happened, but we even disagree on how it happened, right? So opposition is what makes this world go round, and it gives a good, fair, and balanced dialogue with the audience. So yeah, you're allowed to have opposing viewpoints. What I don't like is the shitty opposing viewpoints and the demeaning opposing viewpoints, and being rude opposing viewpoints. Mean what you say what you mean, but you don't have to say it mean. That's the mantra of the Bullhorn Betty channel. Their equipment is extremely expensive too. Yes, they have state-of-the-art equipment. People don't take a lot of cost because they don't have the cost. Let's be honest. Your standard YouTuber spends maybe 3 hours a week or 3 hours a day, if they're a daily YouTuber, maybe 3 hours a day working on. They go in there, they take a half hour before their show starts and read through a few headlines, and then go on their page and start trying to act like they're talking fact to you. A real person that wants to get to the truth spends hours upon hours upon hours researching. A person that wants to get to the truth spends thousands upon thousands of dollars to have state-of-the-art equipment to do their job. No different than Dolly, right? Dolly is getting the camper. Thank God. Congratulations to Dolly Vision on purchasing the camper. I still hear he still has to pay it off. He's trying to get the wrap, the truck. I wouldn't mind sponsoring part of his wrap and having Bullhorn Betty, sponsorship, Bullhorn Betty channel. That would be nice. I don't know what the cost is going to be, right? But if he does do it, and he's planning on using to travel around the world, I may, whatever that section is to have my name put in there, I may sponsor a section on his. It'll be helping a fellow YouTuber, as well as getting some brand recognition for this channel as well. So I think that sponsorship is a great idea. You know, not only that, but he has a lot of turtles that want their name on there. That they don't have channels. They just, you know, want their name on there saying they sponsor their Turtle King, right? So I'm going to be having to arm wrestle with some people that want to be on the back of that truck. So I hope. Well, you know, we'll see. You know, maybe he's one of those people that doesn't want another creator's name, but it would just be a sponsorship. You know, Bullhorn Buddy Channel. That's all I'm saying. It wouldn't even say True Crime. It's not going to be a big advertisement. It's just be a little thing right under probably Claudia, Laura Shortlegs, and who else is a top fan of his out there? Who is it? Claudia. I know Claudia does a lot of stuff for him. Laura Shortlegs is always good. Gone Girl is another one. And I know I'm missing a lot because I know that he's got so many people that do so many great things to help him and everything like that. So, and definitely he's been around here a lot longer than this channel. So, but it's expensive. Look at all the expense he's got to put in just to get on the road, right? And you're talking about Adventures with Purpose having, you know, huge RVs and huge equipment and huge trailers. I mean, that's like a freaking football field driving down the interstate, right? So it's definitely the people that sit at home and don't have the expense that the rest of us have. They have no clue what we have to spend on a monthly basis. I mean, seriously, it is ridiculous. They've never slept in a hotel for a month. They've never had to, you know, pay and travel for a solid month and be away from their homes and be away from their families. They've never done that. Only a few YouTube outfits know what that's like at the end of the day in the grand scheme of things. Only just a few. And I can tell you it's getting costly. Why do you think Dolly is making so many different decisions? You got to remember, I, as well as Olivia and JLR, have been traveling like this for over a year. We've been traveling like this for well over a year. And it's expensive. What does Dolly do? I mean, I never even thought, you know, a year ago, when I was staying in these hotels and they were being so expensive, if a year ago I would have started setting up, maybe I would have had the RV right now, right? But, you know, it takes somebody like Dolly saying, man, this shit's getting expensive. We need to find another avenue here, right? Leave it to Dolly to find a way to make it all work, right? Now we got to start following his suit. So now we're going to probably start having a caravan going down the interstate. It's going to be like Dolly Vision Turtle King. It's going to be Chronicles of Olivia. You know, what is it? HD quality 4K res. You know, whatever she says, she has this saying that I used to tease her all the time about. So she's going to be coming behind Dolly. Then you're going to have Marissa Golightly, right? She's going to be like driving. You know, Marissa's, if she's out there in one of the RVs, you know, hers is going to be like the biggest, the most bougiest one. She's going to be one of the ones that have like those rock star buses. She's going to bypass the RV and go straight to the comfortable bus, right? So anyways, but you're going to have this caravan because now we're going to be getting it, right? We're going to be like, man, we spent a lot of money in hotel rooms. Are you serious? Like we can have a kitchen and it'll be our own toilet. We don't have to worry about somebody else's. Like, whoo, right? So I can foresee how this is going to, you know, be inspiring others. But I think that's the name of the game because I can tell you just on my experience being on here, guys, that going out to these cases, going and being feet on the boots on the ground in these areas, you find out a mess of information that you cannot possibly find out by sitting behind your computer at home reading articles. I mean, we have proven that time and time again. Good morning, Rick's Clicks. B. Betty fan, Arkansas. Nice to have you, honey. Sue. Oh, and this is also a big shout out. You know, I don't know what's going on with Angela D. Angela D has been a good support system for Dolly Vision. She actually has come over here and spent some time with us. You know, she just recently had a birthday. She's been married for, you know, decades. She has, you know, all grand scheme of things, just a nice, lovely woman that just wants to do good in this world and believes in this cause. Oh, she has fallen ill, very, very ill. And we just want to uplift Angela D and some prayers. You know, prayers do work. We came on here and did a prayer, you know, prayer drive for Michael Monkey Vaughn. And no matter, it's odd how it happened, you know, but I do believe in the power of prayer. But the very next day, guys, let's think about this. This is how amazing our God is. The very next day, a house is being dug up. You know, we begged and prayed for this boy to make it home by Christmas. Our prayers may actually come true. It may not be the way we would like to see him come home, but boy, how wonderful it would be to be able to let him rest in peace, give his parents some answers, you know, let them start grieving the way that they should have been able to grieve a year ago, over a year ago, rather. So, you know, I do believe in the power of prayer. I do believe that what we did here that day helped affect this. And people may dog my opinion on that, and that's okay. They can. They can absolutely dog that. But I just find it awfully funny that we had taken some time out to talk about Michael Vaughn. We were praying that he would be brought home by Christmas. And literally the next day, we're getting yards dug up. And I don't know about you, but that seems like a freaking miracle to me. Now, he hasn't been found yet that we know of. And that's going to kind of dovetail into some stuff, right? It's going to dovetail into some stuff because, you know, I'm reading all these different articles that are coming out, especially with Michael Vaughn, especially with what the police are, you know, saying. Let me get this over here. Why is it? There we go. Hold on. Give me just a second. And so here's what I wanted to kind of talk to you guys about. Let me just check and make sure that we're doing okay on this end. Make sure everything's on. Make sure we're not having any life-threatening situations going on. No, we're not. Guys, we're at, well, let me just check this to make sure I'm accurate. Give me just a second. So we are at just under 500 likes with almost 1,200 people in the room. If you guys could kindly go back out there and click the thumbs up button, it is free to tell me thank you. It is free to tell our mods thank you. I just came on this side. One thing that I don't get to see on the StreamYard side is the gift memberships. Okay, it is the gift memberships. And so Brandy221 gifted 5 Bullhorn Betty memberships to this group. Guys, if you have not had an opportunity, you are a person that received the gift of a Bullhorn Betty membership, please don't forget to tell Brandy221 thank you for the Bullhorn Betty memberships. Thank you, Brandy. Thank you for all your love and support. While you guys are out there liking this, I'm just going to go through some comments, see if I can find, we've got right here, Shannon Marie. What about the quadruple murder in Idaho? What's your thought on the 4 college students stabbed to death? Shaking my head, just like a horror movie come true. Shannon, we are going to be getting to the Idaho 4 here in just a short moment. I'll start segueing over there pretty soon. Let's get this, and then we'll go back to that. So Miss Lee, mom of 3, have you ever looked into the John Wells case? If so, how do you feel about the medical examiner, Dr. Russell Vega, changing so many deaths from homicide to undetermined? Miss Lee, mom of 3. I have not heard that. Honestly, I'm interested in that. I would like to know how many deaths were changed from homicide to undetermined, and how from the time that they were deemed homicide, how long was the time from the time they were deemed homicide to the time they were changed to undetermined? I would like to know, Miss Lee. I'm unsure. I've never heard of that. Let me see what they got. Let me just pull this up here, and we'll have to come back to it. John. Wow, that's in my own backyard. That's just in Arcadia, Florida. That's just in Florida. Wow. I don't know. We'll talk about that in just a second. Let me get back to this one. Let me just get through some of these. I think those were the only ones that were left that I needed to talk about. Sorry, I didn't get to throw them up on the screen. And the reason why I didn't get to throw them up on the screen is because we're so far behind and I can't find them. So I read them aloud. Thank you for the super chats. I really appreciate it. God bless you guys for those 2 super chats. And I hope I answered those questions. Was I good? See? But here is the, I'm going to go ahead and pull this up for you guys. And I want to have a conversation about this. And this is related to the Michael Monkey Vaughn case. And this is a post from the Idaho Statesman. And it's just basically, recapping the weekend stuff. So what it's doing is in this thing, it's like over the weekend, the Idaho-Oregon border town, which it is a border town. I told you guys how many times we had to go across the border to make it legal because Dolly likes to be legal. Get that person out of there. I just got that person out of there. I will email you the case. I can find. Yeah, I went ahead and pulled some of it up. But if you have more information, by all means, please email it to me. It's so much easier. But here's what I wanted to talk to everybody about on here. And this is the oddity of this. And it's this article from the Statesman. And the article from the Statesman, it's this one highlighted area, like right here. I got it. Let's see if I can turn it blue. There you go. So it's this area, like right here. And this is the one area that makes me question, what has happened. Because listen, this is my thing. Oh, I love you. Thank you, Patricia. I appreciate that. Oh, I can't pull you up. I wish I could. Why can't I pin this to can I hide from? It won't let me pull these up on this side. I've got to go to the StreamYard side and then pull it up. Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. We work very hard to have a good show, and I show that people enjoy. But again, this whole Fruitland, the Statesman article, here's where I'm getting kind of confused here. It says in the post, and I want you guys just to bear with me before you start making comments on what I'm about to say. I want you to bear with me. In this section, and we'll read the whole post for context, but it says, in the post, police said they received credible information that Michael's remains could be found in the backyard of the home on Red Wing Street. The post did not say whether police have recovered any evidence or remains, and officials have not commented on that publicly. That is accurate. That is totally accurate. The police received credible evidence that led him to this house. But here's the kicker. We've seen dump trucks. We've seen, dumpsters. And we know that they were back there digging up an area prior to bringing large, heavy equipment into the yard. So when they were digging up, because remember, they did dig up something. And it's even in one of the reports that they started digging one section, and it sounded like manually digging. So I would assume with shovels. One section of the yard, and then boom, all the heavy equipment started coming in. They were talking about using the heavy equipment to remove about 3 to 4 inches of the top of the ground, and then using smaller, more strategic tools to go down at least 3 to 4 feet. They were also telling us that they were taking that dirt that is on top of the ground and putting it in these dumpsters and removing it from the location to take it to a separate location for analysis. Okay, here's my question. They're still not, this outfit, J.D. Huff, gets an A+ from Bullhorn Betty. He knows how to play this game. He plays it very, very, very well when it comes to the need to know of the public and their duty to keep this case confidential and, keep the integrity of this case, right? And we understand it's a fine line. We do understand the fine line. We still push that fine line here on the Bullhorn Betty channel, whether people agree or don't agree, because I believe that we should be entitled, the information that we are entitled to, we should get as the public. If we're not entitled to it, we're not entitled to it. It should not be brought to light. I was watching Duty Ron. I'm going to go on a quick tangent and then we're going to refocus back here on this. I was talking, I was watching Duty Ron and watching, police off the cuff. And I get that law enforcement doesn't like anybody in the business. They don't like media in it. The gentleman from Police Off the Cuff is like, whenever he had news in there, he would run them off. He said, that's what he said. He'd run them off. And he kept saying, you don't have a duty to know this. Yes, we do. The Constitution gives us that duty. The Bill of Rights gives us duties, and different police procedures gives us the right, because we have a right to transparency in these cases, but we cannot overstep into their case. I mean, you can. There's nothing unlawful about it. It's just not good. It's just not good. And so what did he say? That even the police off the cuff guy is like, we knew we had to get in there. We had to get all the witnesses that we could witness and this, that, and the other, because we knew as soon as we got this got out, we knew that media would be all over this. That tells you right there, media is allowed to be there, buddy. I hate to tell you, whether you as a police officer don't like the meddling of the press, there is the freedom of the press, and you as a law enforcement agency should respect that. You should. Whether you like to or not, you should respect that. Am I saying that they need to tell us the entire case and let us know who all the suspects? No, because I really, at the end of the day, we want the people that committed these heinous crimes to pay the price and pay it to the fullest extent. That, at the end of the day, is truly what we want. But what I'm saying is law enforcement, like Duty Ron, that police officer, they had a job to do, okay? If I had their job to do, I wouldn't like people like me. And people like me don't like people like that have a job to do, that don't understand we are entitled to things, whether they agree with it or not. The bottom line is freedom of the press and transparency. Why do we have these transparency? Let's talk about this. Because we had rogue cops that did underhanded shit that put people in jail unwarranted, and it caused, because of a few bad actors in law enforcement, forced these governmental agencies and forced the whole, FOIA laws. If we're not entitled to it, why did they create FOIA laws, right? So, this just shows you that, law enforcement, they're trained to do their job, to do investigative work. They're trained on murder laws, crime, penal codes, and things of that nature. Very limited of them actually get a really good hand in, Constitution and, civil rights type of stuff. They don't really get trained in that. Do they know about it? Yeah, they know about it. But just like Chatham County, they just go over to their county commissioners and kiss their ass to try to get signs and things up that don't rise to the level of violating somebody's Bill of Rights or constitutional rights. So I watch them and I hear what they're saying. They're trying to say we don't have it. Yeah, we do. The press definitely does. And they even acknowledged themselves after saying we had no duty to have any of this information to stay out of these cases. Of course, I love it when YouTubers call other people YouTubers. Let me give you a news flash, Duty Ron. I hate to break the news to you. You are a YouTuber. In case you didn't notice, I get you're a retired detective, retired cop. Thank you for your service. But every time you point the finger and call other people YouTubers, dude, you're a YouTuber. Just thought I'd throw that out there to you, Duty Ron. Just thought I'd throw that out there to you. You're more of a YouTuber than I am. Just throwing that out there, buddy. Don't kill the messenger. Don't kill the messenger. Just same with you, police off the cuff, right? You guys like dogging on YouTubers. Guess what? You're a YouTuber. You have a YouTube channel that is monetized and you work. Just thought I'd throw that out there. So every time you're disrespecting those YouTubers, well, you're disrespecting yourself too. All right. So, but my thing is in getting back and redirecting back here. In the post, the police received credible information that Michael's remains can be found in the backyard. Police have not said whether they recovered any evidence or any remains. And getting back to JD Huff, he has played this well. He seems to know what the heck he's doing. Trust me, it's very hard to get an A+ from the Bullhorn Betty channel in a law enforcement perspective. It is hard because I know people make mistakes. It's nothing. It's just, but he has really done a great job. And you know what? And it makes me, because of the way he has kept this and the way he has played his hand, and he has played his hand. He must be a great poker player, by the way. He has played his hand very, very well, that we had no idea that a prime suspect in the disappearance of Michael Monkey Vaughn has been in jail since April. Kudos to JD Huff. This is a prime example. All these law enforcement agencies out there in La La Land that spends more time condemning YouTubers than getting off their butt to investigate their case. This is a great outfit right here on how to play this game. Yes, it is a game. You have a job to do, and so does the press. Okay? He played his hand. We played our hand. He was able to maintain the integrity of the case, even with all the YouTubers, even inviting people, the community to come help him. He was able to manage that and manage that with dignity and respect to all. Why can't other agencies out there follow suit with JD Huff? Just saying. So going through this whole dissertation, why am I keep coming back to what he's doing? Because we had dumpsters out there. He is playing this close to his chest. He knows the media is literally eagle-eyeing the hell out of him. He knows the YouTubers are eagle-eyeing the hell out of him. And he's taking stuff to search to other locations. He set this up. Again, a good poker player. What if they already found Michael? What if they've already found evidence? Because he hasn't confirmed one way or another, but we have seen things leaving the home in those trucks. He's done a very good job of throwing the media off to keep them out of his shit. Kudos to you, Police Chief JD Huff. I mean, I understand. We all have a job to do. You seem like an experienced man in poker. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You think Stacey Wondra is the source of the tip? Yes, I really do. I think he was the source of the tip that got the warrant for the home. I think she is the source of her own arrest. I think when they went into that home and they questioned her, I think she, that whole statement, I know a lot of people disagree with Idaho providing some things that they have acquired. They either acquired it from normal means or from a private source that they do not have to disclose. But anyways, after the judge ruled on the arraignment for Sarah Wondra, they put a gag order on the probable cause affidavit and the investigative reports attached there too. Apparently, some of those videos and investigative reports did surface, and they did state basically that Sarah had made some statements that implied she knew, because God told her that her husband was involved and that this child was buried in the same exact spot. They had already been previously notified where this child had been buried. Okay. So I think she, in her statements on November 12th, is what got her charged with the crime that she was charged with. And moreover, that may be, remember we were talking about the date. Why are they saying that she failed to report the death on November 12th? Because I think she admitted that she knew of the death on November 12th when they were interrogating her inside of that home or in the minivan outside of the front yard, because usually when you have an arrest warrant, they pull everybody out of that home and secure that home and make sure nobody is in it before they even take the occupants back in it to question them. They usually have vans or minivans out there running. So sometimes they'll just go straight out to the vehicles, get them in the vehicles, and, take their statement right from the vehicles. So I believe the reason why she was charged with the crime that she was charged with is because of statements that she made out there in front of, when they were interrogating her during that warrant process, when they had forcible entry on a warrant. And she was sitting on the couch, probably shocked to no end because, you're having your front door broke. You're sitting on your couch watching TV, and then you hear an explosion and a bunch of people storming your house. I have to think. So I don't know what happened. Give me a second. I'm trying to power up my computer. I think what had happened is the plug unplugged from the wall, and I don't think it has any juice. I don't think it has any juice. For the love of God, come on. That was just weird. I didn't even get a notification. I wasn't paying attention to that because it's plugged in. So give me just a second. There we go. Something went wrong. No shit, Sherlock. All right, let me leave. I'm about to enter the studio again. Guys, I'll be right with you. That was just weird. Just weird. I was just sitting here talking, and then boom, it just went blank. And I'm like, wait a minute. And it is the battery. So I thought this whole time this computer was charging, and it wasn't. Oops, did I do that? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. So because JD Huff is playing this, I keep wondering, did they find Michael and are just not telling us so we will all back up off and leave them? Because that goes to the integrity of the investigation. And if that goes to the integrity of the investigation, they're not really required to tell us anything. They're only required to tell us because at the end of the day, there's something that if it's of great public interest, they have to disclose. Like these cases are of great public interest. You want to know who did it. Is your life in jeopardy? Then we have all our FOIA requests, all our transparency laws for these agencies and things of that nature that they have to juggle. And while I appreciate, Duty Ron and all the police off the cuff, thank you for your service and everything you do, I wholly disagree. You guys are from one side of this, we're from the other. And what you think we don't have, that we're not entitled to, the law has been very clear time and time again that we are. So whether they like it or not, it's still the name of the game. And you still heard him say that. Like even the police officer go, they're not entitled to that. But we knew we had to get out there. We had to get all the witness testimony that we could get before the media vultures came out. Okay, well, now that we know what you think of media, I get your job, but being disrespectful to people for their job, I don't know how you win people over like that. I'm just saying, I'm just saying. Both New York cops, both types of people that don't give a shit about, you know, I like Duty Ron. I have to be honest with you, but I don't like when you start talking about how you don't honor everybody's rights or the laws, and you're not willing to protect all the laws that are for people. I don't know. It gives me a sour taste in my mouth, and it goes directly to integrity. Because I get you guys are homicide police officers or detectives. We don't even know if I don't know if Duty Ron was a homicide detective or just a, you know, high crime detective. I don't know what his credentials are. I do know he's a detective. I don't know what kind of detective. I don't know how, you know, he said he's been in law enforcement for 20 years. Well, you don't go right into law enforcement and become a detective. So I don't know how many years he was actually an actual detective for, you know, and things of that nature. But I can tell you, I really despise people that put on the badge and say that they are here to protect the constitutionals, you know, our constitutional rights, our Bill of Rights, you know, protect the laws and, you know, our law and order, and then tell us that, oh, well, because we don't think you're entitled to it, we're not going to follow the law. That's not how it works. And I don't think that's what he was saying or implying. But again, you know, I do have a very bad taste in my mouth for any law enforcement officers that don't take all the laws for everybody and allow that to work. I mean, our laws are here for a reason. And you know, JD Huff shows you that we can have a murder investigation, media involved, and still keep the integrity of the investigation. If this doesn't show you that it can happen, I don't know what will. Yes, police officers have to be a little more careful. They have to, you know, this is a new day and age where everything is on social media. You know, I disagree. You know, the police off the cuff guys, like, you know, they have databases. We can go and put in these names and we can look up, you know, this person's, you know, criminal history and that person. The regular public doesn't have that. Newsflash. We don't have everything that you guys have. But trust me, we have a lot of tools that law enforcement has, because this is, by the way, the web. They have a lot of programs from third parties to pay for this information, to find criminal records, to find court cases, to find all this stuff. So in the grand scheme of things, I totally, do we have it to the extent law enforcement has? Of course not. Of course not. I would never downplay the systems that law enforcement has. But because of FOIA, we have access to a lot of that stuff through third parties that we pay money to get that, to acquire that information. We can pretty much look up anybody and see where they've been arrested all over this country. Yes, when he does ever investigate, he isn't in it for the money. Everybody said, listen, if you're on a monetized account, this whole thing that we're not in it for the money, if you're not in it for the money, then don't monetize. But don't monetize and then say, oh, this is for clicks and views. Dude, seriously? Like, you've got 150,000 people watching your channel. Believe me, Duty Ron, I'm pretty sure it's about clicks and views even for you. If your viewership and clicks went down, I'm sure you'd probably change what you talked about. So this idea that it's not, I want to grow this channel. Of course I do. Everything I do, yes, is to promote this channel, is to get a click, is to get a view, is to be monetized, is to get funds for our next project and things. I'm not ashamed of that. Why would I be ashamed of that? Who doesn't aspire every day to be better? Hey, Ruby, I got your email. Or maybe it was Messenger. Guys, a lot of people have been reaching out on Messenger. As many of you guys know, I've got this new phone. Not everything is set up on here. So a lot of the stuff, and I had to turn a lot of stuff off because the trolls, you know, they would just start calling, like on Messenger and stuff. They would call in the middle of the night. They would try to do some distracting stuff. So I just disabled all of it. I put on my do not disturb, and I'm so much more happy now. Like, if you're not in my phone, the phone will not ring. It won't ring at all. I found out you called and some other people called from logging into the computer and seeing the call block. But by that time, it's hours and hours and hours later. Are we even certain? I mean, that's what he said. That's what he says. I don't see how he would lie about that, or why he would lie about that. I mean, he seems pretty, you know, he knows a lot of people. You don't get a lot of law enforcement people like his friend that talk about certain things. That you don't get that unless you've been in law enforcement. To what extent, I don't know. I really don't. Yeah, we have goals. Absolutely. And at times, yes, I have to agree with that, Amy M. Nice to see you, by the way. I know you're there. I know you're always there. I just haven't heard from you in a while. But yeah, he is hypocritical at times. Even that whole entire video that I watched, you know, him and or his one of the people on there, you know, they were hypocritical even on that. Even in that video. I don't, you know, again, I think it's because they look at this stuff from a law perspective, a law enforcement perspective, and I look at it from a legal perspective. And they're just two different types of education. I don't have a police background. I have a legal background. There's a big difference here. So I deal with the law, how the law is applied, how it's, you know, how it's supposed to, you know, all those things. Again, evidentiary stuff, discovery, things of that nature. So I deal with the law side of it, what we can and cannot do under the laws of, for me, when I'm here in the state of Florida and Georgia and Idaho, you know, what are the laws out there? Like here, we have an insanity plea. In Idaho, you do not. So laws do change from state to state. And how that criminal law and the administrative portion of that law and the Idaho rules of criminal procedure, all those affect how this case works and what they are allowed to do. This is something that typically law enforcement doesn't have knowledge of. They do go through some type of training of the law, but again, it's something that they probably have to continuously go through every year as laws update and stuff like that. But they're not scholars in the law. They're scholars in getting their job done. And like the police off the cuff clearly does not has a disdain for media, a complete utter disdain for media. Excuse me, police off the cuff, just to inform you, freedom of the press is a constitutional right. And you, as a man that wore a badge, should be upholding all laws, not just the laws that you agree with. Just saying. Says these YouTubers don't have press badges. Yes, we do. Some of us do. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. I unsubbed. Yeah. And not only that, but YouTube, if they were following the law, they would realize the Constitution, the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that social media, it has been deemed the public square. You know, we talk about news. We talk about breaking news. We are media. We don't need a press badge to assert a constitutional right. That is a misconception, a total misconception. The press badge is only for the people you're talking to know that you are you know, part of the press and you're official and you're with an organization. That's all that does. Anybody is protected under freedom of the press if they're doing and acting as media and press. They have that protection. If you read the law, you don't have to have a degree. It doesn't say anything about having a literary degree. It doesn't say anything about having a press badge. It doesn't even say anything about having a brick and mortar, which I do. I do have an office that I stream from. I do have a home office that's in accordance with the rules of my county, right? So I even have a brick and mortar right here. You see it. So, and we talk about true crime, and we talk about evidence, and we go and do record requests. This is a nonstop. So again, I disagree with that. He himself is now press. He doesn't need a press badge that says duty Ron to be afforded the rights of press. But see, again, he's a police officer / detective where I'm on the legal side, where I had to study this stuff, where I had to make legal arguments and things of that nature. And I had to write pleadings and motions and do discovery work and all this other stuff. Graduated with a 3.67 GPA from Kaiser University. And my haters have confirmed that I indeed, remember they kept saying, oh, she's no legal professional for years. They're finding out because now that I've been fighting this for so long, they're looking into it. Finally, finally, they're looking into it. And they're finding out everything I've said has been true. But now they're saying, oh, well, it doesn't really matter. She's got that degree, right? Before it was I didn't have it. Now it's, oh, well, it doesn't really matter if she does. It doesn't matter really anything, because no matter what it is, these haters are going to hate. But at least they're having to choke every time they turn around. Oh, let me look into this. Oh, that was another case dismissed. Try telling you guys. You guys wanted to keep calling me a liar. And what are you finding out? I was telling the truth the entire time, and you guys are the liar. And why would it take you almost a year and a half to start looking into me and looking into this? Oh, because it was so easy to keep saying that I was arrested 42 times. But then when you start looking at it and you said, oh, wait a minute, this is a traffic ticket. This is a civil case. This is a traffic. These assholes don't even know what an arrest record is and what a civil court case record is. Like, they literally have no clue. A court case from an arrest record. None. They literally look at the court case, counted every single line, and said, I was arrested that many times. That's what they did. I've never been arrested for a traffic citation, just to let you know. And I've never, ever, ever been arrested for suing someone. So clearly there's not 42 arrests. But there are a lot of lawsuits in my wake. You know, those lawsuits that they say I don't take out on people, that I don't do. Plenty of those. Plenty of those around this country now. You know, it used to just be isolated to Florida. Now you guys got to really do your due diligence, because I sue people all over the country now and have been successful. Law enforcement listens into YouTube streams such as yours and others to also help solve cases. People seem to forget that. Yes, law enforcement has been on our videos for a long time. I've already been researched by the FBI. I've already had my entire world upside down from the FBI. Of course, they didn't bother me. They didn't knock on my door, and they damn sure didn't breach my house. We know that they were looking into us because I got a notification from the people that monitor my background, right? That XYZ looked into you. So I know that I have been looked into by these law enforcement counterparts all over this country. You know, again, they are monitoring this. I have gone through, now mind you, I have gone through multiple FBI background screenings for multiple licenses that I possess and things of that nature. And I have, even with all this horrible stuff, these horrible charges that I was found not guilty of, actually is the reason why I'm able to pass an FBI background check. But I successfully have passed multiple level 2 FBI background checks. Many people on YouTube can't even pass those. I passed them, I'd say, at least 5 times in my life. Most recently, the one that I did just a few short years ago. You can talk. You know what? You clearly have no earthly idea what you're talking about. It's not claiming, it's provided. You know what a constitutional right is, right? Talks to Angel. Because if you're in true crime and don't know the basics of your constitutional rights, you have no business being here. I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but if you don't understand how the law works and how it's applied, you don't need to be here. You are absolutely wrong about your statement right there. 100% wrong. You know what that tells me? It tells me you're very ignorant on the law. And that's okay, because I went and spent a lot of money to learn about the law. So I don't expect people to have the education I do, but quit saying stupid shit. It ticks me off when Scott Pruitt was a smart ass and said, if we wanted to join the department, we could. Yes. Oh, and his name was John Pruitt, not Scott Pruitt. But yes. Oh, completely cocky, completely arrogant, yet their case is still not solved. And maybe it's because they don't know what the hell they're doing, even though they're trying to express to the entire world that they do. No, you don't. No, you don't. Great guys. I met the detectives out there. I haven't met John Pruitt, but I spoke to him. But I have spoke to his boss and sat down with his boss, Cliff Evans. I spent about 4 hours with Cliff Evans over 2 days. Him and a couple other people. And again, they were helpful. We were trying to help. They were allowing us to help. They were desperate. We did bring some information back. I don't know how well it worked, but we did bring some information back. We hope it'll help the case in the future. We don't know. But we definitely kept our contacts with them, and any information that we were able to find, we forwarded over to them if it was legit. These places are overwhelmed. You can't have speculation just going there. I mean, yes, you got, we want to talk about that speculation, but we also want to look into it to find out if there's any relevance to that speculation, because nothing worse is to call law enforcement and tell them XYZ and or they should do XYZ, but XYZ's already been done. So we need to be careful. These law enforcement agencies do work very, very hard. Whether we agree with their strategy or not, it doesn't take away that the people that are actually out there working are actually out there working. You know what I'm saying? I watched Duty Ron one time, and that was enough for me. I actually, I like some of the content he does, and I like some of the professionals he brings up on his panel. What I don't like is the disdain for media, because he truly is media himself. I mean, he does have a YouTube channel with almost 150,000 followers. I mean, this disdain for media, dude, you're disdaining yourself. Like, give it a rest. Profiling evaluations. Mike says he's retired. He's a retired police officer. Yeah, he's a retired police officer. And Duty Ron is saying he's a retired police detective. And there are a lot of beat cops that have to go out and canvass neighborhoods and things like that. But that's why they do them up front, because they know once media hears wind of it, they're going to be out there. They're going to be asking neighbors questions. People are talking about interviewing witnesses. First of all, even listen to this. Even one of the videos they showed after they said all this stuff is a news anchor saying, yes, we talked to one of the neighbors and they said blah, 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 blah. Now, we just heard both Duty Ron and police off the cuff, talking about how they don't think media should be interviewing any neighbors, but then they're showing a media person talking about her conversations with a neighbor. Yes, media does reach out to neighbors. They reach out when there's something like this going on in a community. Yes, they're going to reach out to the neighbors in and around there to find out if they knew anything, what they thought happened. This is the normal run-of-the-mill of the press. So this idea that people don't accidentally or potentially talk to witnesses, even media does. Even the media. The media is out there talking to neighbors, talking to people, passerbys, stopping people in cars, putting their microphone in their face, asking, what do you think about this, right? So why are they allowed to do that with mainstream media, but reporters for social media not afforded the same right? And if they do, they're obstructing justice and meddling in cases. I saw the questions, what had happened with JLR. I watched that video. I actually sent that video over to the family when it came out. I don't know if right when it came out, but I want to say like an hour or two after I found it and it was sent to me, I sent it over to Lana for them to review. And of course, Brandy wasn't too happy. But at the end of the day, credentialed press will do what credentialed press does. A lot of people don't realize JLR is an investigative journalist. He's been working as an investigative journalist for many years. This did not just come about in the last year or two. He's been working with your content, I want to think, since 2017 or 2018, or maybe even prior to that. I don't know. You're talking about many years. This is what he does. This is what he's done for every single case, not just the Michael Monkey Vaughn case and everything like that. I understand, people acted like he was interrogating. He was just asking normal press-related questions. And people turn this into a whole thing of him interrogating witnesses, and he was not interrogating that man. Where in the world do these people come up? And why are creators, especially Duty Ron, why are you not even looking at the videos? And at least Jennifer Coffendorfer did. Because she even said, I just saw it. You know, this guy, she knows who JLR is, by the way. So I was actually taken back by her comments when she said, yeah, this particular person didn't even say what media outlet he was from. She has responded to, I don't know how many posts of JLR's. I don't know how many times she's responded to my posts. And this idea that she didn't know JLR is media. I got no help for you, babe. I got no help for you. But I think it was the point. I don't think she really wanted to say, hey, yeah, I've responded to this guy. He's legit. It was just the fact that he did not have to. And it's true. With the guy that he spoke to, he didn't even have to. All he had to say is, I'm with media. He didn't even tell him. He didn't tell him his last name. And he didn't tell him what media corporation that he worked for. The guy didn't ask. He was just saying, hey, what's your name? And he's like, oh, it's Jonathan, you know? And he's like, well, what are you? Who are you? And he's like, oh, I'm media. And so then the guy just says, okay, well, I'll talk to this guy. Okay, well, he was identified. He told the gentleman who he was, and the gentleman willingly spoke with him. That's how it's done. I don't know how many of you guys watch the news, but that's kind of how you get it. I'm not sure if you guys realize that or not. You kind of get the news because people ask, okay? You're not going to get anything if you don't ask for it. You're still young, but true on everything changes when you get older. I hate it. Yes, Steffers, that is a true statement. I don't know who you're talking. Oh, you're talking to ICU. Yes, all of us old people out here get that. Get that statement. Yeah, they do. There's a lot of people that think the public is stupid. Fluffy hopes you're having a good day. I hope everybody's having a good day. I hope everybody's having a good fire and ice. I'm going to be 60, the new 40 on the 30th. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday. My BFF just had her 60th. Then listen to this. Listen to this craziness. Oh, shoot. I don't have anything to clean this up with. I spilled some of my coffee. Oh, well. So listen to this. Then I go to take my best friend after I get back here. I missed her 60th. Big birthday. I missed the party. She'll never have a 60th again, but it was for Quentin Simon. She understood, but I'm still sure it hurt her feelings either way. She still understood. But I went to go take her out and do something fun with her. Would you know that she broke out in hives the day before? I'm supposed to be taking her out to make up to her for the 60th birthday debacle. Yeah, and she broke out in hives. So I brought her a chicken salad and we hung out for a couple hours at her house. That was it, right? So I still owe her for a 60th. So we'll get back to that. As a police officer, my dad needed to know the penal codes for LA County. Yeah, and that's it. And that's what I'm talking about. They have to know the penal codes. But, knowing the law and what people are entitled to and what people aren't, that is not, they don't handle that. They have administrators and other officials that are trained in that aspect of the law that release the FOIA requests and things of that nature. They're trained in it. The officers don't give a crap about a press badge. They're the murder police, right? So I get their point. I get exactly what the police off the cuff was saying. I get exactly what Duty Ron was saying. But at the end of the day, you going on your channel, you're always talking about misinformation. And for you to go on your channel and tell people that they have no rights to any of this, I beg to differ, because the law prescribes that we are entitled to certain things related to these cases. Period. And if the law prescribes it, they should uphold it and respect it. And that's where my problem comes in with the whole Duty Ron, police off the cuff shenanigans and their commentary on that. They beat me up when I do wrong, right? Jagaloonish behavior, as Duty Ron says, right? But I don't violate the law. I may have jagaloonish behavior, but I do everything above board. Why? You see, a lot of people don't do it above board. We had more arrests on this last case than any other case I have ever attended. And it's because that the protesters, they got emotional out there, and they did things that weren't they weren't necessarily illegal to the extent of being arrested, but they weren't accurate. They weren't right. They did it. They were angry. And I understand their frustration and anger. I have to, hands down, I understand it. So I'm not going to dispute, why they did it or shame them for doing it. What's done is done. But at the end of the day, I don't think they violated the law so much so that it warranted an arrest of anyone out there. Period. Nobody did anything like that. Tickets should have been fine. If they wanted to come in there and disperse it because it was out of control, that would have been fine. But they didn't do any of that. What law enforcement did was illegal, and it was illegal as hell. That's what they did. And no charge Hadley can come after me all he wants. It doesn't change the fact he's a real piece of shit for a police officer and a police chief. And I will say that emphatically, and wait until I start bringing out the videos and tagging Mr. Hadley and all of them. Then when people start looking at him for a re-election, they could start seeing all the crap that's posted about him. We are professionals of media, of social media, and of the internet, whereas they are not. I do not like that police chief. I think he is horrible for the community. I think what he's doing, he's giving all these initiatives that cost the county money. He does not know how to manage his department well. The county is mismanaged, so even all their county commissioners is doing a huge disservice to that community. But the community keeps voting for the same stuff that got him into this position. And until they change, until the entire community starts realizing they're doing a disservice to themselves, nothing's going to change for them. Nothing. Savannah County, nothing will ever change for you if you're going to continue to do the same stuff. We uncovered the corruption in your county. We uncovered the unlawful behavior of your police department. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to forget in 2 years when you have to vote for these yahoos again? Are you guys ready for change? Like, that police chief does not know what he is doing. Or he knows what he's doing, but he's doing it to save money. Like, who cares? You got a baby killer walking your streets. Do you really think that the community at large really gives a damn if you house her now or later? Yes, they do. They demand that you put criminals behind bars, especially violent ones. How do we know she's violent? Because we see photo after photo after photo of her children covered in bruises. They just don't happen like that overnight. Somebody has to put the bruise on them. Every single court document identifies Leilani as that person that keeps putting those bruises on those children. The fact that they were removed from her custody also indicates she was violent to those children. The child support Billy Joe got was based upon the fact she was violent to her children. And still not one arrest, not one charge for Leilani. And we have a community out in a landfill looking for a dead baby. Bones. Bones. And she's still out. And this piece of shit police chief is more concerned about me and Dolly than finding that little boy or arresting the culprits that harmed this little boy. That to me is sick. This police chief needs to be pulled out of his duties by his toenails. Seriously. It's time for him. This is bull. It's time for him to resign, retire, whatever he wants to do. It's time for him to go. And let me tell you something, police chief, no charge Hadley. When you're done in Savannah, Georgia, wherever you want to travel, you're probably going to hear from Bullhorn Betty. Any place you ever try to get a job from this point forward, you can arrest me. You can make up charges on me all you want when you see me in Savannah, Georgia. I don't care. I don't care. But let me tell you, when you lose your job here, which you will, it's inevitable. It's just a matter of time. And you want to go to another outfit, you want to go to another department, you want to apply for somebody, I travel this country, I will be there. I hope you never get another job unless it's in a patrol car, because you need to go back to the basics. Is it Snow's birthday? Happy birthday, girlfriend. I hope you're doing well. Happy birthday. Here, this is what I'm going to do to you, Talk to Angels. I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself, and I'm going to block you, okay? And I never want to see you back on my channel again, okay? This is not the channel for you. So bye-bye. Don't forget to hit that like button. Delta LOL, happy birthday. Is there more birthdays in here? Here, let me just do a blanket happy birthday. All right. Has anyone seen the fake Dolly vision? I haven't heard of a fake Dolly. Oh, I think I did hear him talking about that. Is it on? Where's the fake Dolly vision at? Because it doesn't matter. Here's what YouTube did. YouTube has forced every single person to show their live subscriber count. This is to help people out there to identify who because before this, people were able to say that they were Bullhorn Betty, hide their subscriber count, and go and run amok through the streets of YouTube with my name. Now, with the new rules of YouTube, every single person is required to show their subscriber count on YouTube, so it's easier for people to identify which accounts are legit and which accounts are troll accounts. I personally believe, and I'm going to be making this suggestion to YouTube, is that they have an ability to, a creator that's on AdSense that have already gone through and already identified themselves and are legit people, I think that they should have a specific indication on either of these channels, whether it's their name is in yellow or they have a special star next to their name when they're in these chats, so people know that they're talking to legit creators. I think something like that would be beneficial, because what happens is, like, for example, I want to know when a creator comes into my room and says something that it's coming from that creator and not a troll account. And unless I mod them after I make sure that they are the person that they say they are, I have to mod them to be able to identify. We went through all that stuff when Dolly, some people over on Dolly Vision doesn't like me. It didn't hurt my feelings by any stretch of the imagination. People don't like me. So what? I don't care. If you don't believe me, I don't care. Here, let me help you out with the whole I don't care department. And why? Here's why.
Well, I don't give a shit. Because if people don't like me because of the way I talk or think, that's their business. See what I'm saying? That's their business. Like, it's your business. I ain't mad at you if you don't like me. I don't give a fuck. Like, it's your business. It's not my business. The question is why do people care? Well, I'll tell you why. Because they need your validation. They want you to like me because they don't like themselves. So they're looking for everybody else to validate their value. Am I cool? Am I good? You like me?
Did I make it?
Am I right? Huh? I don't do that.
So again, stop trying to be I don't try to be validated. When do I go to YouTube and say, "Hey, YouTube, let me have your permission to do this"? I do whatever the hell I want to do, whether people like it or not. You either support it or you don't support it. And it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. Yeah, the fake Dolly Vision is Dolly's ex-girlfriend. Go figure. Have we counted them yet? He was talking about the dog was it last night or was it his earlier one? I don't know. He did 2 lives yesterday. And one person said, because, he has 31 flavors, right? He's trying to make Leilani 32. And he's saying, talking about Lolo and saying, Lolo has, Lolo is mine before, like 2 girlfriends before. And the lady on the phone was like, well, we don't know how often you go through girlfriends. And he's like, well, I don't go through them that quickly. According to the ex that stole his channel, apparently he goes through them like Kleenexes, right? he should be up to 50 by now, you know, based upon their calculations. I mean, it has been only like 45 days. I mean, like he should have already had, you know, what is it, 1 a day? Is that what they're trying to? Just joking. Get out of this. There is no good. There's nothing that's going to come out that's good of this. But anyways, yes, okay. So the ex is the one that is doing this. You know, and it's so stupid. Like, that's another thing. You will never see me on here talking. I mean, if it's somebody like BK that has done horrible things to me and other people that have done horrible things to me, yeah, I'll address that. But somebody that was a friend of mine, an ex-boyfriend, an ex-girlfriend, not girlfriend like that, but you know what I'm talking about, an ex-friend. You would never see me come out with some bombshell breaking recordings or, you know, stuff of that nature. You coming out and physically, verbally attacking them and telling you what a piece of garbage they are. I don't do that. What you'll ever find of me is you'll see me around somebody one day and you'll just see me not around them anymore. You'll never know why. And you know what? I'll always still respect them. You'll never even know that me and a person aren't even talking. You'll never know that. Why? Because we handle our business with integrity on here. Every time I get mad at somebody, I don't go and try to destroy them. Every time I distance myself or you know, decide I don't want to be friends with somebody anymore, you don't see me going out there and attacking them. Could I? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. When you're friends with people or you collaborate with other YouTubers and stuff, you get a good understanding of their motivation. You get a good understanding of who they are. You get a good understanding of their strategy. Like there's a lot of things that people that get close to especially other content creators, you know, could use against. I'm not doing all that. I'm not doing all that. Even people that I absolutely despise on YouTube, I don't do all that to. I don't have the time. I work. While they're out watching videos and hanging on every single thing that every other creator, so they can create their content based upon somebody else's content, because these people can't make their own content. When have you ever, and when will you ever see somebody like that stinky cabbage lady go out there and post a flyer for a missing person? Never. When will you ever see her take $500 out of her pocket to go buy groceries for a community in need? Never. Never. Ever, ever, ever. And that's why she's got to steal content from other people to make it her own, because she's lazy. She's nasty. She's lazy. And people are getting sick and tired. Generous, great people are always hated. Absolutely. Because people are jealous. They can't do what we do. I guarantee if people had an opportunity to travel this country and cover true crime, they would. But they don't know where to begin, right? They probably wouldn't know how to keep their legs closed on the road, right? Especially something like that stinky cabbage lady. The side piece, even for her husband. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. Think 32. But anyways, getting back into it, she's like, how many people do you think I'm with? Free Lolo. Oh, by the way, Dolly, I need my Free Lolo shirt. You can take me off the list when what's her name? Oh, good Lord, Angela D. I'm so sorry. When Angela D gets back, but I ordered a shirt. You know, I want to sport my shirt. I want to sport my shirt, and I want it signed. I'm waiting to have the signature of Dolly Vision because I'm a fan, right? I'm a fan of Dolly Vision. Did you address the 30 million awarded, or the 3 million? It's 3 million awarded to the Petito family. I have not addressed that yet. Thank you, Lex. So, you know, we all heard. Now, many of you guys know we're Bullhorn Betty. Before Gabby Petito, I was Andrew Griffin, the political activist that partnered with another political activist to bring attention to a young lady that was missing, and that was Gabby Petito. And during our time out there, we uncovered a lot. About the comings and goings of the family prior to Brian leaving. We talked to them about, Christopher Laundrie helping his son cleaning out the van that he knew that he had killed this lady, Gabby Petito. A lot of the stuff that we uncovered being boots on the ground there for weeks and weeks and weeks on end are what the allegations were in the lawsuit to the Laundries from the Petito and Schmidt family. And yes, they did win the wrongful death suit and were awarded $3 million. And this is one of 3 lawsuits right now against the Laundrie family. I think they're making a statement with these things. Nothing will ever bring Gabby Petito back. And I doubt that Brian Laundrie has an estate of a net worth of $3 million. So the chances of them collecting on this is slim to none. But we do know that the parents tried to help, and there's a $20,000 that was in a bank account somewhere, most likely provided to Brian Laundrie from his parents. Basically, what that means is they just lost that 20 grand. Are there other things that I can't imagine. He had no property. He had no vehicle. He was living off Gabby Petito and her credit cards and his parents. He was a real winner. Not. So, I doubt that he's got a $3 million estate, but I think it's more, I don't know what the proper word would be, but it's more of a statement, thing than anything, because I doubt he's going to have $3 million. So I'll digress on that. But yes, this is one of 3 lawsuits. They did get the wrongful death. We have the other lawsuits that are going on with the Schmidt, Petito, and Laundrie family. But again, I was there in the court hearing when they were bringing some of this stuff up against the Laundrie family. And people were saying, oh, they're not going to be able to do this. They're not going to be able to do that. Look, you guys don't know the law. Okay. I came out here. I gave my honest opinion about what was happening. I said, and I gave you guys, when you write a complaint, everything in that complaint has to be taken as true in a motion to dismiss. So whether it is true or not, in the proceedings, the way the proceedings go, it has to be taken as true and has to be taken as fact on a motion to dismiss. That's why I knew this case was going to survive past a motion to dismiss. And I was very clear about that up front. And everybody was like, oh, no, the Fifth Amendment privilege and this, that, and the other. Well, if you know anything about the law, a Fifth Amendment privilege cannot be asserted in a civil case. It can't. So these are, again, things that people out here are advising their audience on that have no education whatsoever in the law. And they're telling their audience that this can't happen because of this. No, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. Quit acting like you do. This is a prime example of people saying that this case was going to go away, that they didn't have enough substance to this case to bring it forward. Not only did they bring it forward past the motion to dismiss, they were the victor in this case. They were the victor in this case, the Schmidt-Petito family, with an award of $3 million. So again, if you guys want to have legit information and have it explained to you, especially when it comes to these legal arguments and legal information, you will want to turn into the Bullhorn Betty channel. Because even as you see, long-term, 30-year detectives still don't understand this part of the law. This is where my experience is able to be seen. Am I perfect at it? No, I'm not perfect at it. But I can tell you I got a lot of experience in it. You got to remember, I graduated college in 2000. It is 2022. I am highly educated in the law. Okay? Highly educated in the law. The newspaper came out with information that seeing her driving that morning, Leilani, your story is falling apart. Den Alin to the legendary. Can you send me that to bullhornbetty@gmail.com, the newspaper that came out? If it's just the newspaper and not an article online, can you take a screenshot or a picture with your phone so I can read it and send it to bullhornbetty@gmail.com? I would definitely like to see what you are referring to. I did not hear it, but we are looking for some stuff online here. So we're going to be going over a lot of stuff as we move through, because we've already been online for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I'm not even close to being done with everything that we're here to cover, because we have only covered, we got our Gabby Petito, which wasn't even on the list to cover today. We covered a lot. We've covered a lot. Let me see if we got any questions here. Exactly, Snow, paparazzi. What is it? Oh, that was way up there. Keep forgetting. Guys, we have 795 likes right now, and we have almost 1,200 people in the chat. If you guys could kindly go out there and like this video, I'd greatly appreciate it. Again, we are only through about 1/3 of the content we're going to be going over today. So far, we have hit on some responses and me talking about some things that I like related to Duty Ron and the police off the cuff and Jennifer Coffendorfer and their panel that they had the other day. I had some clarification on that from my perspective. Again, I just respectfully disagree with some of the commentary that they had on that show. And it's not to have a back and forth. I personally like Duty Ron. I personally like his content. I personally am thankful for his service. And I'm thankful for everything that he is able, the perspective he is able to bring to YouTube in these cases. So I'm very thankful for a lot of the work that he does. However, I'm also very, very sensitive, because my job in my education is the legal education, the legal side, the case law, the statutes, the rules of procedure, whether it's criminal or civil. Those are the things that I understand, and I know that's my expertise. I'm not a law enforcement agent. I am on the law side. They are on the investigative side. There's a total difference in how we conduct ourselves and what we do and how we explain things because of our differences in education. But I want to make sure that it's respectful. I just respectfully disagree with some of the comments that they said, primarily related to the press and the freedom of the press. I get that media can muddy up the waters, but the bottom line is we're allowed to have it, and we all have to work together. And there is a way to work together, and that's why I'm highlighting how J.D. Huff ran this case in Fruitland, Idaho. He did it perfectly. He did it perfectly. He was respectful to everybody. He was able to keep the case close to his chest. He was able to have integrity in this case. He was able to keep his case and still able to keep his case together. Even with the revelations of people reaching out to neighborhoods, me calling, law enforcement for information related to law enforcement, and I get crucified because some other Yahoo decides to take that information and put a lady that is going through the worst time in her life on their live TV and played it for her. They are despicable, disgusting freaking people. You have no room. I have never done that to anyone on YouTube, ever. And you called yourself her friend and did this to her. Shame on you. Shame on you. Don't tell me about my clicks for a view when what you did was the most despicable thing, and absolutely for clicks and views. Hey, love bug. Sorry about that. Just got word. Oh, and again, you heard the phone ring, right? You heard the phone ring. That's because the person that called me is saved into my contacts. So the only time you'll ever hear this phone ring on at all is because I got this beautiful, see this thing right here? Right there. What does it say? Do not disturb. There's these beautiful do not disturb settings on anybody's phone. And I want to tell this because we always get these funky trolls and these people that want to dox people. You can go and set your do not disturb on your phone to only answer and have contact the people in your contacts. See again. You can hear the phone ring. Okay, yes. 1 hour. Okay. All right, perfect. Perfect. Thank you. But anyways, we have something coming up on the Quentin Simon case. It sounds like it's through News Nation today at 11:30. So we're going to monitor that. I don't know if I'm going to share it. Many of you guys know I have a great working relationship with News Nation, and I love Brian Enton. So I'm very cautious and cognizant of, you know, what I can and can't do. And I don't want to step on News Nation's toes because I love them and I support them. Carol, great point. Wake her up by 9. Let's see. Let's keep going. What is a troll? A troll is those people that are not, that just kind of come in and gaslight communities, say horrible things about other commentators. They will act like they're another commentator and say outlandish statements. They gaslight. They just tries to cause problems. They make crazy comments just to provoke a response, and they're horrible, and everybody has them, but they've gotten a lot worse over the years because these people think that this is a game. This is a game that we're trying to take each other out. I don't want to take anybody out. You know what I want to do? I want to be left alone and let me cover my cases. That's what I would like. But these people can't because they're so jealous of success, because they themselves don't get it, and they keep beating their head against the wall and saying, why am I not getting success? The reason why you're not getting success is who the hell has built anything off of hate and mistruth? Like, you don't even do well investigating. Who trusts you to give them any information? That's probably your first source of your problem is yourself. And not only that, you got to have character, and you got to talk like you know what the heck you're talking about. Like this whole smelly cabbage lady, right? Never talked about her once, but she wanted to come after me. Okay, well then keep coming, baby. I can tell you by the time it's done, I will send you home packing, crying, just like every other one that's come out after me. Right? Oh, Bullhorn Betty, let's blow up Twitter because Bullhorn Betty. Okay, no, blow up Twitter. Guess what? Still here. Guess what? Still monetized. Holy shit. Gotta say. Right? You know what this tells you? Is after a year of you advising your roaches on what to do, have you not gotten it through your thick skull? It doesn't work. The only time it works is when a creator is doing stuff that's underhanded and wrong. That's the only time it works. Every now and again, you might be able to get something through because there's a lazy person in YouTube that's not paying attention. But you know what? When you have the types of accounts that most of us have, Dolly, me, Marissa, you literally just get online and reach out to the creator network. You tell them what's going on. They'll look into it. They fix it like that. Like that. Like you literally are wasting your time. You want to know why it hasn't been working for Bullhorn Betty? Because it doesn't work. Just saying. The mass, just because you have a lot of people that come after and attack somebody doesn't mean they're going to take anything away from them. You know what it shows them? When they look at this, they already know that there's petty ass people out there that try to make this a game, and it's not. YouTube is pretty freaking smart. They understand this, and they understand their audience. So why hasn't any channel been taken away from somebody? Because they know you're petty ass MFers that have nothing better to do with their time than harass people. YouTube is wise to this. They know about it. They know it's going on. That's why I'm still here. Thank you. I do. And I tell you, you know, there's just some things that are worth fighting for. And if anybody knows anything about me, you do not violate my rights. And if I've got to go to jail to defend my rights, guess what? That's where I will go. I'm not, you know, Dolly's a little scared of being in jail. Bullhorn Betty, not so much, right? I really don't care. As long as I know I'm on the right side of the argument, I don't care what doors I have to go through. Because I know in the end, I will be vindicated and I will be compensated. So I will walk whatever walk I need to walk. As long as I know I'm right when I do it, I don't care where it takes me. Because I know at the end, this is the faith I have, is if I do everything above board and everything lawful, no matter what I ever have to do, I will be vindicated in the end. Are you still going back to Georgia, Betty? Yes, I am. We're supposed to be going back to Georgia next week, as a matter of fact. Now, is that going to happen? I don't know. I'm waiting for Olivia to come over here this afternoon for her and I to discuss what our strategy is in Georgia. Because here's what. We just had some really weird news on Debbie Collier. She was going to be another case that we were going to cover while we were in Georgia. We were going to go to Chatham County. We were going to do a major fact-finding mission, more so than we already did. We already have enough information on Leilani and Billy Joe, but there's other ancillary people involved that we want to get some more information on. We got to get some more info. I don't want to tell you our entire strategic plan, but we need to go there. And then I figured, you know, on our way out of town, we would stop by, do a segment in front of Billy Joe and Leilani's house as in our professional capacity on the Bullhorn Betty channel. So we probably will still do that. But again, it, you know, with this whole news with Debbie Collier, I have told one off for talking crap on Dolly. Yeah. And House of Williams. House of Williams is a nice woman. And, you know, these disgusting, despicable people that are saying horrible things about a trans woman in 2022 is disgusting to me, you know, and it's also disgusting that the trolls that used to come after me saying I was a racist and a homophobe and everything like that are giving these yahoos a free pass. So that in and of itself shows you the integrity of these hate channels. They will let racism and homophobic behavior pass if they like you. But if they don't like you, they're going to broadcast your racism and your homophobic behaviors to the entire world. And for me, not only am I not a racist or a homophobe, they had no problem plastering that across YouTube, but somebody that has these homophobic statements to a transgender woman get a free pass. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. That is how biased these people are. And again, why you should not be supporting them. You should not be supporting them. But, you know, like even one lady is like, I like this baby. If you like that, she's like, don't be mad at me. It's like, I'm not mad at you, but you just lost a lot of respect. You know, when you hear somebody that listens to a drunk pizza guy and his commentary and likes it, yeah, I'm sorry. If you're getting your advice and your stories from a pizza man that's half drunk all the time, yeah, you lost a lot of respect from me. I don't hate you, you know, each to each their own. But I have to look at this as a different perspective. Like, you know, she's obviously not a smart woman. Or she just likes the look of him and would listen to his garbly goop just to look at him. Again, desperate. I don't know. Not to talk down, but yeah, you will lose my respect if I hear that you like baby guy. Of all people. A man that beats on women and his disabled child and goes and talks about everybody else. Yet he lived in and made a lot of money off the Summer Wells case, but never went to her vigil, never put one poster up, never put one flyer up, never hung one sign up for that child. and he made bank. He's a despicable person. So, you know, you may like his commentary, but just know that when I see you in chats, I lose respect. Do what you want. But people are watching and people are seeing you. And are you really willing to jeopardize your integrity to watch some knucklehead? Hey, if you are, more power to you. I just saw something and then it went up on me. Why are those reds smeared with blue channels allowed to whine on and on and on and threaten us? Because they need to be reported. Like, you need to go in there and report it at the timestamp. Because there are a lot of creators out there that are violating terms of service. And unless they're advised of that, unless YouTube's advised of that, they don't know. I think there should be a better way of advising that. I think it needs to be almost like the copyright thing. Where is this thing from this number to this number? You know, I think that it needs to be more identified. So when they go to look at it, they're not looking at 4 hours of commentary. They can just go right to that spot and see if it's good or not good. But a lot of stuff goes into it, I find out. You know, there's a lot of like calculations that go on behind the scene, in my opinion, as to whether if something has rises to the level of ad suitability or not. And a lot of that stuff, I believe, is the amount of time in conjunction with the full video. For example, I have a video about parents. Let me play it for you. Some of you guys have seen this. Some of you guys are new. Again, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We'll watch this and then I'll be right back with you.
Tom, it's just a tough subject. A recent study by Brown University showed that nearly 450 children are killed each year by their parents.
My daughters were picked up on a Friday by their father to spend the weekend, and that night he pumped carbon monoxide into their bedroom and slit their throats.
Searches have begun for 2 children killed by their mother in Pickens County.
9-year-old Hayden King was laid to rest today. Hayden's 4-year-old sister Harper will have a celebration of life service tomorrow morning.
Here's a story that's breaking at 6 o'clock. It's all centered around the 3 people you see on your screen. The key pieces in a Middletown murder case.
On the left is James Hutchinson. Police say the 6-year-old was killed allegedly by his own mother.
East Los Angeles mother was charged today with killing her 3 young children. The youngest was less than 2 months old.
At 6 with breaking news.
Good evening to you, friends. Greg Merriweather along with Elizabeth Vaughn. Our top story today, that precious little 2-year-old right now. 2 people are facing charges accused of murdering little Nevaeh Allen. Investigators found the 2-year-old dead in Mississippi after several days of searching.
One of those blamed in her death, the girl's mother, Lanaya Cardwell.
So the whole purpose of that is that video right there in and by itself would actually trigger ad suitability because it's not fleeting in nature. However, watching a 1:30 clip over, say, 4 hours is fleeting in nature, therefore does not rise to what will allow something to trigger the ad suitability, because it is not the crux of this entire conversation. And it is fleeting in nature. That's what that means, fleeting in nature. So that video right there, when I posted it on YouTube, actually got hit with ad suitability, and the ad suitability changed. However, I can play it in my live as long as it's fleeting in nature. We're not, you know, being the whole conversation is not based upon these specific cases or the allegations therein, because it deals with children, and that's the thing. And if we were talking about this and it was adults, even that video right there that I played, would have not triggered ad suitability. But because it has children and it was by itself and it was the crux and was not fleeting in nature, it was flat. But in my lives, because it is fleeting in nature, I can get away with it. So there's a lot of different calculations that go on behind the scenes with YouTube as to why these. And so this is again for educational purposes. Some of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes in YouTube, and I'm just educating that because there are some people in here that work for these other outfits that are doing a lot of busy work and having no results because of it. It's because YouTube is this is their job. They deal with this every single day, and they know when stuff is petty and when stuff is just attacks on creators from other creators to try to knock them out, and they don't allow that here on YouTube. So that's why we're still successful. That's why we're still here. It's because we don't break the rules, and when we do, we get dinged or tagged or this, and they try to, talk to us and give us like classes and stuff to make us do better and things of that nature. But for all the trolls out there that think that flagging and tagging and all this busy work they got you doing, running around like a chicken with your head cut off to do all these things, it doesn't work. It just doesn't. Save yourself time, save yourself aggravation. Just don't do it. Betty from the heart, you do a wonderful job for the world of children. Thank you. Betty, nobody is jealous. We're just, you know what, Laura, no, I'm tired of you exploiting these children. I tell a story. What you guys do is exploitation. Get it right. Look up what exploitation means. Covering a case is not exploiting. I've got 5 cases that we are covering today. No different than the media, dumbass. And yes, if you like me this much, Laura, to come in here and comment, if you want an autograph, by all means, just ask me for it. Because you're here. You're supporting this channel. And you're watching my advertisements. Right? You're watching my advertisements. So we're going to stick around because I hear that something is coming on at 11:30. And 11:30 is, I don't know. I keep hearing it's News Nation. But again, I'm unsure about it. I'm unsure where it's coming from. Let me look up News Nation. I believe he said this is for Quentin Simon update. We did one 19 hours ago. And I hate this. It's like they are constantly talking about building case, no arrest yet as they build their case. You know what they can build their case on? You know what they can build their case on? Maybe the fact that she's abused these children in the past. Maybe just getting her off the streets would probably work for her. Have you ever thought that just the intimidation of being in jail may be enough to make her crack? Raquel, thank you for becoming the newest coffee club member. Thank you. God bless you. I see you being the voice for the children that lost theirs. I would hope you would be able to be there if I needed you. Oh, yes, we will go anywhere and everywhere. We have here. We love you, Betty. Thank you, guys. Thank you. There's going to be haters. And here's another thing. Don't engage in those haters. Like when you see them post stuff bad about me, I to be honest with you, I don't care what they have to say because I got to respect somebody to give a damn about their opinion of me. And a lot of these people, I don't care for. They absolutely have, their opinion matters zilch to me. The most important thing for me is that you guys don't engage in that. You know, there's no point. You can't argue with an idiot. You know, if you keep arguing with an idiot, who looks like an idiot the most, you or them? So, you know, don't even look under the hood. Don't even go to places where you get good, legit information. Something that's not going to taint your mind, right? Something that's not going to taint your mind. I'm glad Chris McDonough is supporting Brandy. Finally, she has real support from a seasoned professional. And yes, and many people saw that photo of Chris McDonough. Let me tell you about that photo with Chris McDonough. Not only has he helped Randy, he actually, he's part of the cold case squad. And he was able to get in contact with the Idaho cold case chapter, I guess it is, or maybe another outfit or nonprofit out there that helps in these cold cases. I mean, he does come with a wealth of knowledge in these resources that are out there that many people don't think about. But if you notice where Chris McDonough was, he was not with media out there. Chris McDonough was behind the line. You've seen him near that fence. He was back there where law enforcement was allowed to be. That is huge. That is huge. We knew Chris McDonough was around there somewhere. We had already gotten, word. People have already sniffed him out and let us know that he was in the area. One of the reasons why I wanted to go to Idaho was to cover this whole search of the house, the Wander house. And then we were supposed to go back to Chatham County, but with everything going on, I still got to talk to Olivia because, maybe our time would be better served running live from Idaho as opposed to Chatham County, Georgia, where the piece of shit police wants to leave the criminals, the real criminals on the street and arrest the people that are angry that the real criminals are still on the streets. It's the most insane thing I've ever seen. No Charge Hadley is coined his name, No Charge Hadley, because he'd rather charge people walking down the road than people blowing up the road. So it's just crazy to me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your super chat. $5. Thank you so much. Are you friend or foe today? I'm staying out of that. I'll let you guys. Absolutely better than Crayola. Haters are our motivators. That's a great way to look at it. Yeah, I guess they are our motivators. Chris McDonough really helps. Yeah, he has in this case. I was kind of curious about the Summer Wells case. He really, outside of providing us some insight and stuff like that, I don't really see where he helped the case. It seemed like a lot of the resources he was advocating for was not being utilized by Hawkins County. So it may not be that he didn't try to help or try to provide resources. It's just whatever he was providing wasn't being utilized by law enforcement. Again, I don't have any respect for Hawkins County. They're no different. Not the detectives, because I got to meet the detectives. I really got to like them. I really think that they were really trying. But man, our police chief sucks. Not police chief, the sheriff, the county sheriff sucks. And he's corrupt. When you have a son that you've been able to keep off like he was able to keep this out of the public eye. So he kept it out of the public eye. He removed transparency to the public about his son that was diddling around with little kids at a church. He was caught with doing stuff to little kids at a church, yet he had the lowest sentence. Even the Sherpley guy, Don Sherpley or whatever his name was, Jr., is doing 8 years for having photos. And the sheriff's son actually had performance involved, was convicted of 20 years and gets out in less than a year. And was required to stay at his daddy's jail. Now, explain to me how that happens and how that's okay. When you deal with a sheriff's child and they are of a position of power, that child should be treated fairly. But this is not fair. This is absolutely unfair. Unfair to all the other people that weren't related to Ronnie Lawson, that had to face similar charges without the performance aspect and are doing years upon years behind bars, but the sheriff's son gets a slap on the wrist. How is that okay? That is not applying the law equally. That's allowing somebody that has a father in a powerful position to not be held accountable for his heinous crimes. We have 100% of your back. Love what you do. Oh, thank you, Courtney. Thank you. Please use PG in chat. Thank you. Yeah, we don't, just to let you guys know, we don't use creators' names on here. I do not. The only creators I plug in this on this channel is Marissa, Justice for All, Mallory, Guidance in Life. You know, people that are here working. JLR, Chronicles of Olivia. I'm sure there's a few other. I mean, I even used to advocate for WR up in here, but you know, with her turning and being nasty and just can't just let things chill and wants to run over and start bashing me over the head, she can kiss my ass now too. Never again. Not allowed here. Don't really care for you to be here anymore. And you did that all by yourself. I had no hand in that. I actually liked this woman, called her my sister from another mister. And when I said that, I meant that. And people kept telling me, you need to watch yourself for this person. You need to watch yourself for this person. And I'm like, nah, I said, I think we're cool. And clearly we're not. You decided to dive in. You don't even know me. And you think you're entitled to my personal business. No, you're not. And neither is the mod. We're not entitled to my personal business. We're not entitled to discuss my personal business. And we're not entitled to lie about me, saying I ignored phone calls. No, I didn't. I never had a phone call. Never once did she ever correct that I'm aware of. Chris McDonough, I have support from a lot of law enforcement. He actually works cold cases with a lot of law enforcement. That's the difference. He's an expert. And I agree with that. I agree with that because this is the stuff that we're not getting from, say, Duty Ron. You know, Chris McDonough is doing a lot of stuff that's different, and he doesn't mind going out to these cases. He doesn't mind talking to the parents and stuff and seeing how they can help. So he has absolutely and again, we don't need to parrot each other. We are all independent thinkers. You know, we're not going to agree 100% of the time on 100% of the cases and everything like that. But on the grand scheme of things, as far as being, you know, respecting the work that he does, I absolutely do. I absolutely respect the work that Chris McDonough does. I respect the work that even Duty Ron does, right? I respect the work. I just disagree when it comes to the law and how the law is applied. News Nation's broadcast was yesterday. Well, then this is probably the one that we're talking about here because this happened 18 hours ago. Pull this up. And it says police officials, hold on here. I don't want it to play by accident. It says police officials have an update on the search of the remains for the 20-month-old who went missing from Georgia. While evidence brought the investigation to the Chatham County landfill, the Chatham County Police Department said the probability of finding Quentin's body is low. The photos and videos were shared over the last 4 weeks show you have a massive yet painstaking effort that has been for every single person involved. Police tweeted Monday. This even as, according to WSAV, agents from the FBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Chatham County Sheriff's Office, and Georgia Department of Natural Resources have all helped investigate through tons of trash in an effort to find a missing child. So far, now you're talking about several of these agencies, FBI, Georgia Bureau, CCSO, Georgia Department of Natural Resources are all going through tons and tons of trash. And this is, again, where I have a problem, why they are not having shifts. So we have around-the-clock searches as opposed to only 18 hours a day. At 18 hours a day, it just seems like if you would have strategically planned this, you could be going a 24-hour, especially having this many resources involved in this case. I just don't get it. I don't think I'll ever get it. And they'll never explain it because they don't want to. And there's a reason for that. So far, police have named Quentin's mother, Leilani Simon, as their prime suspect, not a person of interest, suspect. Conclusion they reached after announcing they were officially treating the case as a criminal investigation and sending a team of search dogs into the boy's home. While she was she had originally called 911 to report her son was gone, many, including Quentin's grandmother, Billy Joe, feel Leilani's story didn't add up. Brett Buffington met him out there. Brett Buffington, the lead investigative reporter for WSAV in Savannah, Georgia, joined News Nation Live Thursday to give details on the current state of the case. Buffington explained that although investigators are more than a month into the search of the boy's body and there has been outrage from the community, police have not made criminal charges because they are working the case. There are a lot of law enforcement agencies working the effing case, and they've got people that commit heinous crimes on children behind bars, including but not limited to Kiera Cotton in Georgia. The difference is between that mother and this mother is that woman was Black. She abused her children as well and was arrested for that before they found the child's body. That is in Georgia. What part of Georgia is that from? Let's find out. Just recently, too. Here we go. Let's look at this. August 4th, 2022, right here. So this is in, it looks like Chattanooga. This is from Chattanooga, Tennessee, but I'm telling you, she was in Georgia. Vienna. It looks like it's Vienna, Georgia. Let's see what this says. If my internet will work. There it goes. There she is. So Vienna, Georgia is where this one was. The Vienna department has released new details in what led to the arrest of the mother in connection with her son being missing after human remains were found. The problem is she was arrested before the human remains were found. Kiera Cotton, 27, 5 years older than Leilani, charged with murder, concealing death, and cruelty to children during an investigation into her missing son, Jason Mathis. So there's the police chief. This man knows how to do a better job in these cases than No Charge Hadley. Mr. Sales, Chief Sales, it's time for you to call Chatham County and tell them how to do their damn job. So here we are right here. You know, the Department of Children and Family Services attempted to contact Cotton. She was not, has not complied with checks with the department. Vienna Police Department attempted to contact her. We have the district attorney was alerted to the case. Still no contact. So remember that whole thing where the district attorney, we went to the DA's case, the DA's office in this case. And remember how they said they haven't been called, they haven't been contacted, they don't have a file on their desk. It doesn't mean they weren't alerted. It doesn't mean that they're not providing consultation to the law enforcement counterparts. So at any rate, this mother, sometimes I hate this. This mother, Kiera Cotton, killed her kid. People did a welfare check on her. She couldn't tell them where the kid was. She was out, and then they finally arrested her like a few days later, maybe a week later, on child cruelty. And literally within 48 hours, they knew where this child's body was and found it, recovered it. And now her son is able to rest in peace. But this is Kiera Cotton. This is in Georgia as well. Again, this is in Vienna, Georgia, as opposed to Chatham County, Georgia. But this is how it's done. That police chief Sales, has his crap together more so than No Charge Hadley does. So here's another. So don't tell me that this is Georgia law. She's part of Georgia law too. She's part of the Georgia law system too. And explain to me how her ass can be in jail before they find a body, but Leilani can't. Because apparently this police chief, No Charge Hadley, can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Can't walk and chew gum at the same time. Aw, thank you, Green-Eyed PI. Thank you. God bless you. God bless you for the super sticker. I do appreciate it. Thank you. It's so sweet. And I got another one in here too. Miss Wings, God bless you. Thank you. Thank you for the super sticker. Ronnie's son is not out. But either way, if he's out or not out, it doesn't matter. He's going to be out in under a year. I mean, according to his plea deal. Miss Meadows, Dolly is included with saying, I'm not sure what that, I must have said something, I don't know. McKee's video on Michael is 100 amazing. Police need to listen to the information more. Jojo, I don't know which one you're talking about. McKee's video. I've never heard of that person before. McKee's. Blaming age. Hello, all beautiful mods. Hello. I'm in the Northwest, so I concentrated on Idaho, Washington, and Oregon missing children cases. Oh, okay, Caroline. What do you think about all this that's going on? You know, I really have, you know, I had respect for JD Huff before I even went into Idaho, because he always just seemed so nice. He seemed, you know, it's one of those things where it appears that he's just an all-around genuine good guy. And when he talks to people, it seems like he talks to them with respect. But what I love about him, what I truly love about JD Huff is that he's not disrespectful to people. He's able to do his job and work through all of the moving parts that come with the type of work he does, which is very gruesome. You know, he is of a position of power. He probably has some of the worst, you know, has some of the worst, you know, things to look at of anybody. It's the police chief. They have to see it all. You know, they have to command their entire units. There's sex trafficking units. There's, you know, high profile cases. I can't remember what it is. You know, the whole, I can't remember you know, the special victims unit. They have high profile cases, but they you know, like they have different units: homicide units, criminal investigation, children investigations. He has to oversee all of that, and when he's overseeing all of that, he has his hand in all of that. He has to see all of that. Like, some people just are in their special victims unit that deals with just, you know, SA type of things, ST type of things. But he has to oversee that. So he sees all the gruesomeness in that. He's got to oversee the homicide investigation. So he's seeing all the gruesome stuff that comes with that. So the police chief has probably is the one person that has seen literally everything. And he just seemed to be very welcoming. He was not disrespectful to the public or to the people that wanted to help, like me. And he was able to work with all the moving parts with dealing with people like me, people like the media, people that are just plain curious. You know, he's trying to handle all that. Plus, he's trying to also protect the family from, you know, crazy people like me, right? Like, we heard Brandy talking about people sitting outside of her house, taking pictures of her. I would have never done that. I would have never done that. You know what I would have done as a human being? I would have went up to her and gave her a hug. You know what I'm saying? Like, the human being in me, even in my professional capacity, would not be to get that shot with her. She just lost her son. You know, she's just coming to the revelations that he may not be coming home. And this has got to be very hard on her. The last thing I would be doing would be sitting across her street or driving past her house and taking video and photography of this woman that is literally dying on the inside. You know what I would have done? I'd have gotten out of my car and asked her if she could use a hug. That's what I would have done. I wouldn't be parading her on my channel, watching her just fall apart on my channel for clicks and views. No, I would never do that. Never. But the people out there in Idaho, I know you got stories to get, but you know what? Have a heart too. Have a heart too. Would I care if this was going on, if if Brandy was responsible? Of course not. If Brandy was responsible, I'd say, you know what? Give her hell. If she has a problem with it, oh well, right? You know I will. Tell him, give her hell. Go give her hell. But what I don't do is I don't punish victims. This is a woman that lost her son. This is a family that lost their family member. They are absolutely victims. People need to get their stuff together. But he even, even with that, put up those, bold, those things to keep traffic out of the area, which is good because she doesn't deserve that. She doesn't deserve it. You know who deserves shit like that? Billy Joe and Leilani. Not Brandy. Brandy needs to have her time to come to, acceptance. There's no acceptance of this, but the grieving process, there is an acceptance of what's happening, not an acceptance that it's fair or any, it's just the acceptance that this happened. This is what happened. Just that acceptance, because she needs to go through the grieving process. She needs to finally find some way to get through this so it doesn't destroy her the rest of her life and the rest of her family's lives. She's still got 3 other children she still has to take care of. Guys would like to join, there is the YouTube channel for people that have iPhones or Chrome, web, whatever. There's the link for that. I believe that there is a $sign down in the chat area that also allows you to get a membership as well. So we are at 900 likes. Let me just check this. Let me just check it on this side. We are at 951 likes. We need to get that over 1,000, guys. Over 1,000. Over 1,000. I like the video for Betty. It's free way to support. Like that. Yes. Thank you, Natalie. That is exactly right. It is. It's a free way to support this channel by simply just liking this video. It helps move this along. Oh, Green Eyes. Thank you. It's Green Eye PI. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you. God bless you. Are you kidding me? B Betty fan is so sweet. She is so sweet. Keep the pressure on them. He needs justice. Yeah, I know. I know he needs justice. There's no doubt that Quentin needs justice. But this police chief wants to arrest people for exercising their constitutional rights. No Charge Hadley wants to flex his law enforcement muscle and arrest anybody. Now they're making up charges. Now listen, they're making up charges as they go. They're reducing charges. They're making up charges because they know it will not rise to the muster. They don't care what they are arresting you for. They just want you in jail. They are a sick, twisted police department. And the state attorney really needs to look at this because this is illegal as hell. This is a violation of law. No Charge Hadley. So you are breaking the law. Not the people out there, you and your department. And you think you're gonna silence me? You ain't silencing me. You ain't silencing me at all. I'm media. I'm with the Bullhorn Betty channel. We expose shit like this, man. And you can try to ruffle my feathers and everything you want, but as long as I'm not breaking the law, and trust me, your county ordinance, you can arrest people on it, but not when they're exercising their lawful, constitutional, and Bill of Rights. You cannot violate them over a stupid ordinance that has never gone through legislation. You know it, and I know it. There you go. Yes, if the best way to get some information to me is going to the Facebook group, Bullhorn Betty True Crime, and post stuff there. That is monitored by many people. I monitor it here and there, but the people that see this stuff and have to approve your post, they let me know. They identify very, very quickly whether or not information I need to look at and research or not. So I just believe we have a really great team here. Does things fall through the cracks? Of course they do. We're imperfect people and we keep our circle really small. If you've noticed, there's not a whole lot of mods here. Are we looking for new mods? Yes. But when I start saying we're looking for new mods, it doesn't happen like that. We monitor, we evaluate, we see. It could be 6 months to a year before a person becomes a moderator on this channel. Seriously. Some are a little bit sooner than others, depending on if I met you. Oh, thank you, Roxy. God bless you. I appreciate the super sticker. Dave, oh, it's another super sticker. Thank you, guys. I need to go over here. I'm going to go on this side and see what they look like because I can't see them on my side. Let's look at these things. Oh, Roxy was just a donation. Thank you. Dave was a hey you. I love that. Hey, you're right. Green-eyed. Cody Bigsby's father is in jail as well without a body. Put that girl in jail. Exactly, Green-eyed. Exactly. That's the problem I'm having. And you know what? This police chief is failing to address a worry box of this community. And that's what's irritating to me. He doesn't have a duty to just this family and this victim. He has a duty to his community. And as a community is asking why she's not in jail, and he cannot give them a good answer. And I have a problem with that. No Charge Hadley has no good answer as to why he cannot arrest this woman for the past child abuse to these children. He hasn't addressed it. Why? Why has No Charge Hadley not addressed that issue? And keep saying, oh, we're just building the case. What fucking case? Excuse my language. $5 in the cuss jar. I get it. Okay, sorry. It slipped out. There's multiple cases here. It's not one case, dude. Every single charge has to survive on its own individual merit. Let me say that again. Each individual charge has to survive on its own merit. So that means if they have 32 charges of child abuse, every single one of those charges have to have merit based on its own evidence and factors. You have to prove that she hurt those children 32 times. If it's 31 times and they can prove 31 times, one charge goes away, right? Because they couldn't prove that case. Each charge is one additional bite at that apple. He knows that. The DA knows that. We now know that. So he is not addressing his misinformation campaign about why this woman is not in jail. And I'm talking about Leilani and Billy Joe. Billy Joe should have been the first one that went to jail. Immediately that day. She should have been arrested and booked into the county jail for child endangerment. She should have been arrested that day. Yes, she is. She is truly a grieving mom. And we saw it when we met her. I want to show you guys again the interview that I had with her. Do I have this up? Is this plugged in? Is it working? Yes. Give me a second. Because when I interviewed Brandy, I didn't interview her for more information about the case. I didn't do that because of a very specific reason. That very specific reason as to why I did not do that was because of, where is my file? There it is. Something happened. Something went somewhere. And I don't know why. There's a file completely missing because this was in a different area than it should have been. Have to find out. Give me just a second, guys. It should be one of the last things that we did because okay. Okay, we're almost there, guys. There we go. Now, again, guys, I'm going to turn my volume up as loud as I can. It's going to break the speakers when I talk, but you're barely going to hear her. If you're on a cell phone, put it on a TV. If you can cast this signal to a TV or something with a larger volume power, you'll be able to hear her. Again, this is the raw footage of this. I've been trying to, but as many of you know, with all these cases going on, I haven't been able to do editing. I need to do editing. It's my fault. I need to do editing. I know I do. I got to make myself do it. Yeah, I may just have to go back to the beginning. All right, we'll just go back to the beginning. There we go.
Be so cold because everybody told me it was going to be hot out here, and I brought this for the airport, and it's just and I know the just not used. I'm usually cold. Like it's usually never. Yeah, and it was crazy because I've got I brought shorts, mostly shorts. I'm glad I got a few pants. You got the last clean outfit. So, anyways, sorry. We're putting it in.
And there was some lawn stuff going on that helped.
That's good to know. So Bullhorn Betty here. I am with Brandy Neal, Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom, and we're just going to go through a lot of just a few things here with her. We're not going to go into a lot of details related to the case because I just feel that it's been asked and answered. So for our audience today, we're going to be discussing Brandy, her family, the effects that this has had, the nastiness of YouTube that can take something that's already horrific and turn it into something even more. So, Brandy, I know that this is very hard for you to do. I know. I want to thank you for meeting with me first and foremost because I know people probably have said some terrible things, but I'm truly here to help Michael, and I'm truly here to help your family. And the stuff that we found out, it implies that there was an abduction here. Something happened to Michael. And you have, I read this stuff online. I see this stuff that's been said about you, your family. I've met you. I've met your father-in-law. I've even met your little daughter. You guys just seem like a wonderful family. How's this affected you? We'll start with you, and then we'll broaden it.
I lost about 50 pounds.
Lack of sleep, lack of food, and just no appetite.
No appetite. I don't sleep much. It's hard to work. It's hard to let my other children be kids. Just to go to the park to play or go to their friend's house. And you are hyper vigilant as a parent, anyways. But now it's
steroids.
Yeah.
Times 100.
Yeah.
Thank
Right.
you,
I
Moonlight.
don't want to let them go anywhere. I didn't even want to let them go to school. It's very hard to let my daughter go on a trip. My oldest daughter.
How many times did you call her while she was gone?
Every day. And probably 2 or 3 times a day. And my sister would call me as well. She's okay.
So, and we've got several children here. I mean, you've got a younger set of children. You got Michael. You got his little sister, and then you've got an older set of kids that are, more social media involved than say your younger daughter. How is this affecting your older son and older daughter?
My older daughter is affected a lot, especially being in school. As far as they see things online, other students or parents seeing things online, and kids overhearing it. Blue had seen something online that a friend was here actually. She was having a sleepover and had seen something online from a creator and showed it to Blue. And I'm never going to someone. Just awful.
So she's talking. If you guys can't hear her, I'm going to try to tell you what she's saying. So she's basically saying that her daughter had a sleepover and with another girl, and they were online, and the girl found a a video from another creator and showed her daughter. And it really, really hurt her daughter and her family. And of course, you know, they're having to deal with that with a friend that was staying the night. You know, it had to have been horrible.
That were being said about parents.
Because, I mean, you guys are already dealing with so much. I mean, you've got a young child that's missing. So no parent, unless they've been in your shoes, will understand that pain, the anxiety, the emotions that come along with that. And then it's like you reach out to people that can help you, you know, somebody that can really get Michael's face out there, such as YouTube and other social media platforms. And then you have people that overanalyze, and I'm guilty of doing some of it myself, you know, overanalyzing every little thing and making up our own thoughts as to why these are happening. And that is now affecting your family because these are negative things that are untrue, are not factual, and that are designed just to inflict pain on a family that's already suffering, in my opinion. Is that how you're feeling about this? What are your feelings about all of this? We have a lot of people that support you, that, you know, believe in you, that are really trying to help find Monkey. But then there's that element that is not. And that's got to be.
I just don't understand it. I don't understand how. I understand being objective. I understand the statistics, excuse me.
So she doesn't understand how people can be like that. She does understand the statistics. Okay. She's saying she understands the statistics. We just went over some of the statistics with the video I did of parents. You know, it's more likely for a parental abduction or parental death as opposed to a stranger danger. I mean, that's just statistics. So she's even acknowledging these statistics. So she understands that people will naturally have the proclivity of, you know, making the decision that a parent is more likely responsible. But in this case, she's been pleading and there's no evidence, none whatsoever, that these parents have done anything with this child. In a lot of our other cases, there's evidence that point to these parents. There's none. There's none. You know what people did? People took this poor woman's words and overanalyzed them so much that they were literally using her words against her. And I couldn't make the stretch. Even listening to all of it, I couldn't make that stretch, that connection. And that's why I was very adamant about going to Idaho to find out what was truly going on.
I understand that now, because there is a lot of cruel in this world.
Yes, we see it every day. Yes. I'm sure you're probably starting to see it.
She's saying it's not the case here. She understands the statistics, but it's not the case here.
It's devastating to a family that's already hurting. We're already hurting.
What do you think? You know, I personally think it's counterproductive. You know, this is taking away from Michael's case. You know, all this inflaming and gaslighting of certain aspects is really, in my opinion, taking away from Michael Vaughn's case. How can we as a community, a responsible community, the ones that want to be responsible on YouTube and other social media platforms to help Michael Monkey Vaughn, what would be your best advice for us to be able to help you and other victims that are in this situation where they're not responsible for the disappearance of their child? I mean, at the end of the day, you were at work. I mean, there's just, and a lot of the stuff has been aimed at you, and you have literally.
It's because I keep talking.
Yeah, right.
Because she keeps talking, and that typically is the response. You know, that she keeps talking.
So, I mean, that's, and you, for the record, where were you at the time your son disappeared?
I was at work.
Okay, so, you know, it's
been vetted by police, it's
right,
been vetted
and
by the FBI.
And the police have actually come out and told the public this, and the public still isn't listening. So what can we do as a community to help you and Michael?
Listen to law enforcement.
Listen to law enforcement.
Law enforcement is key.
Keep sharing his picture and keep his name out there.
Out there, somebody has seen something, somebody knows something.
Keep his information out there. And I just want to let you guys know also that, this, again, law enforcement came out. Let me just pop over here and we'll get back to this. Law enforcement came out. Okay. Law enforcement came out and said that they're not looking into the direction of the parents. They came out after they've had plenty of time to investigate the allegations, investigate all the people in and around Michael Monkey Vaughn. 214 days later, decide to tell us that this is an abduction. It took them a little bit to get there, but when they got there, they got there. And they told us that this was an abduction. They told us the parents were not the focus of the investigation and they were looking into other people. And still, there was still an element out here on YouTube that was still driving the narrative that this family was responsible for this child's death or disappearance, or a combination of both. And that couldn't have been further from the truth. We're always out here. All the haters are constantly out here stating, listen to law enforcement, do this, do that. And this is the case where we actually were listening to law enforcement, but their counterparts were not. And it just seems very, I don't know how to convey, but it sounds very hypocritical, in my opinion. Very hypocritical.
And this is going to be a hard question, and I'm very sorry I have to ask you this. Moms have an internal instinct. I think us as siblings almost have an internal instinct about siblings. I remember one time my sister was hurt, and I was driving with my father, and I'm like, something's wrong. I don't know where it came from. Something's wrong with my sister. And he looks at me, so we started calling, to find out she was in a wreck. It was an internal thing. I don't know where it came from. Do you, again, sorry, do you feel like he's still alive?
So I asked her, I gave all this dissertation before leading up to this question, because this was a very hard question to ask a mother, is whether they believe inside their gut if their child is still among us, is still with us. And, this was a very difficult question. As you could see, I was struggling to ask it. And if you notice anything about my personality, when I am asking a tough question, I always try to lay a foundation leading up to that question, explaining, I hate asking you this question. I know this is going to hurt, but I would like to know this. And that question that I asked her is, does she believe, I know you could barely hear me because it was even hard for me to get it out of my mouth, was, does she think Michael is still alive? And the immediate thing, she nodded her head and said yes.
So we're hopeful, we're moving
back to that. This doesn't go back 5 seconds like the other ones do. Hold on a second. I want to go back to that question so you guys can hear it in its entirety. Okay.
Do you, again, sorry, do you feel like he's still alive? So we're hopeful, we're moving forward, we're going to try to advocate for Michael's safe return. This is a lovely community. It's a lovely home. You guys seem like really nice people. Your neighbors are really nice people. I spoke to a lady, and I just want to say this for the record. Yesterday we were canvassing the neighborhood. You knew about that. And, we're out here talking to your neighbors. We actually ran across one lady that saw you over at the splash pad. She was the one that was. She may have very well been. She said, I didn't see anybody else. She said, I thought she was looking for a dog. And I was thinking, damn, she's really looking for that dog. And she said she realized very shortly after that it wasn't a dog you were looking for, it was your son. And she said, the look on your face, the fear in your eyes, the terror that was just present. She knew it was something very, very serious. So, and we've got her on record with saying, so, I can't imagine what you've been going through. Like, I'm literally getting goosebumps, like, talking about it, but, so there's a lot of
I'm still getting goosebumps hearing it right now.
They're not getting, they don't understand. They're hearing from this person and that person, but not from somebody that's right here, right now, that is looking at all this stuff. So that's really it. I want the best for you and your family. I really, I want the best for Michael. I'm just hoping that he, it's a mom that lost her kid, or, you're thinking of the positive, like somebody that's overly taking care of the child. You don't want to think of the bad that could be going on. We just want to bring them home so we know this.
It's hard at night not to let your brain do that, but excuse me. I believe he's being taken care of. He's out there somewhere.
Yeah, so there's the hug. I really was out there to help this family and stop some of the stuff that was being talked about, about her and her family and stuff. My heart went out to her. It really did. That was not an act, that was it was heartfelt. I can tell you that. I mean, that right there was heartfelt. That's a mom that's losing her son. Now, fast forward to today, my heart bleeds for this woman. It absolutely bleeds for everything that she had to go through, for everything. My heart bleeds for her. And she kept fighting and fighting for her son. And you know what? This is the roadmap to what parents need to be doing when their children disappear. This is what they need to be doing. This part right here, I need to go get it fixed. It's driving me nuts. There are several people that should already be sitting in jail for Quentin. Yes, I agree with that. So again, guys, Brandy, great mom. The things that were absent in this case and what made me believe these parents is a few things. One, we've done this for quite some time. I've seen guilty people face to face. I've been eye to eye with murderers. I know the personality. I know, in some cases, like a Jeffrey Dahmer or a Ted Bundy, those are people that have been able to perfect their persona to, hide their true intentions and make themselves, not even pop up, be a blip on the map of suspects. That's not the case in some of these cases. When you know, you can talk to somebody and know that they're being truthful or lying to your face, And but everything here, what was absent in this case is the abuse factor, the household dysfunctional factor, the drug abuse, the alcohol abuse, the family environment, the family abuse. The kids not being well taken care of, the kids not having good clothes. That was all absent from this case. And how do we know that? How do we know that? And not only that, but there a polygraph test is based on stresses. So this is why they're inadmissible in court. This is a good example of why it's inadmissible in court. It's inadmissible in court because they can read false positives and false negatives. That is not a conclusive mechanism. It is only a tool utilized by law enforcement that could never, ever, ever be utilized in a court process because of this right here. How do we know and how do we verify that he failed or didn't fail? We don't. We have no access to that information. We're only hearing from other people that he had failed. Even if Brandy thought he had failed, it doesn't mean he failed. It means the machine said he failed. The machine is not admissible in a court of law for this very specific reason. They're not conclusive. That means that somebody that's guilty can pass a polygraph test while somebody that's not guilty can fail a polygraph test. That's exactly why they're inadmissible in a court of law. Many law enforcements believe in them. Okay, they believe it's a great tool and they're allowed to use it as a tool. They're just not allowed to use it for court. Yeah. So in accordance with the ACLU, it's not that they say that they do say that other ordinances apply, but if they contradict the state law supersedes. So, for example, all laws of the state go through a legislative process. That means that when a law, say, murder, right? It's got to go through a process to state what that is. They have to have a legal definition. They've got to have a a thing for their convictions and stuff, like their sentencing guidelines have to accompany that. But a lot of the statutes, period, come from the vote of your state Senate and your state House of Representatives, and then it goes to the governor for final execution once both sides, both Senate and House, agree. It's a legislative process to be able to have that law written into the state code, the state law, the state statutes, and things of that nature. What happens in these cities and counties is they have what is known as your city council or your county commissioners that set ordinances. These are not things that go through a legislative process. These are not things that are agreed to by the state. Each county does have the ability to put ordinances in place. However, that is for your normal course of business. When you identify yourself as a protester or protesting, different laws apply. Different state laws apply. A lot of the county and city ordinances do not apply in that case. The idea that we need to have a permit, that is a lie. That is something that's imposed by a city or county ordinance. It does not rise to the level of muster in a federal case. It just doesn't. They know this, and trust me, this is not unknown to them. Do these laws do apply? Yes, they do apply for your normal run citizens, normal course of business. Yes, they apply. However, when other legal exercises are put in place, they don't rise. They don't cut the mustard. They just don't. So that's what it is. I hope I've explained it as well as I can possibly explain it. But county ordinances, they do have a right to be there. The counties are allowed to enforce certain things within their city and county limits. That is all above board. I'm not saying that county ordinances and stuff like that are completely irrelevant and moot across the board. They're not. They have a purpose and they're lawful. It's just certain activities that people do that are lawful supersede those ordinances. And in the instance of protesting, then those county ordinance are superseded by the state code and state law, not the county. So there's the differences between that. Again, I hope I've explained it well, but that's kind of how it typically goes. Yeah, truth stands solid from every angle. Not only that, but Brandy has been saying everything verbatim, and even people were taking, like when she was on this channel and that channel, it's like, oh, she missed this. I don't know if anybody's ever talked about a story over and over again. Sometimes throughout that process you unintentionally leave details out because you said the story so many times, you're thinking it in your head, you're just not spitting it out of your mouth. And I think a lot of this was that in and of itself, is the fact that people were so over analyzing every little statement that they were making. They were putting words into these mouths of these parents. And they were so adamant because of the statistics that they failed to realize that there's certain factors. Like, we do this a lot. We know what the factors are that typically cause problems like this. Does that mean a family that has, no crime, no drugs, no nothing, and, their child dies, what does that mean? It means that bad things still happen to good people. Mistakes still happen around this country to great parents that have never done anything wrong to their children, and they turn their head for a split second and something happens. We just had another child, a 3-year-old, that was pulled out of a pond, got out of his mom's eyes just for a second. She turned her head, turned back around, the child's gone. They do an Amber Alert, and then they find the child in a retention pond near the home. Very sad case, but it does happen. Does that mean that this parent was negligent? No. Being a parent is a tough job, and some people, you know, make a mistake, an honest, simple mistake that cost their child their life, and unbeknownst to them, like water is not a child's friend. The only thing I can say is my parents taught me how to swim since they had me in a pool at like literally 3 months and up. By the time I was 2, I was an expert swimmer. It's crazy. I probably learned to swim before I learned to walk. But that was the way I was taught, being in Florida, being around water, being around pool. My parents, they taught me how to swim very, very early on. And even if you don't know how to swim, you can still teach your children to swim in a pool in the shallow end. That's where I was taught. I was taught how to swim in the shallow end where my dad could stand up and make sure that and he always taught me how to swim underwater, how to swim above water. He taught me everything I needed to know so I would not drown. And again, back in my day when we were growing up, we walked to school, a mile to school and a mile back home. We walked it every single day alone, from kindergarten on up. When I came home, not one parent was at my home. We were not babysat by a babysitter. And when I got home from school, I typically, now mind you, 5, 6 years old, went and got my bathing suit on and went swimming. My parents always told us to stay out of the pool when they're not there. But you know what? Us as children never listened. What children do? We don't listen. But nothing happened to us. We didn't die. But, the parents, Brandy has been saying the same story over and over and over and over again, wanting people to listen. There were a great group of people that jumped on board. Now, this great group of people I'm talking about are the same scumbags that brought her on their panel to break this heartbreaking news to her live for their audience, and watch her break. It disgusts me. It disgusts me. And I gave this case a fair shake. I gave this case. I looked at this case and I determined for myself that what I was hearing online couldn't have possibly made sense, and I wanted to find out more, and that's what led me out to Idaho. So it's like this group of people that groomed Brandy, right? That's what they were doing. They were grooming her. They didn't know if she was guilty or innocent. They just got in her life and told her everything that they wanted that she needed to hear. So that she kept coming back to their panel to share with them so they could get the clicks and the views of her statements. And it's a grooming process. And a lot of these YouTubers out there have come accustomed to this grooming process of these victims and criminals and suspects. Let's be honest. It's not just the victims, it's the suspects too. I do not play in that arena. I will not, showboat a victim's family up on my channel for a click and a view. If we need to get the information out there and they're willing to talk to me on the record, we'll do it on the record. If they're willing to talk to me live, I'll do it live. But I'm not interested in bringing them up every single day so I get all the clicks and views of every single thing that happens to them. I don't call them up on a live to give them the worst gut-wrenching news they could possibly have to get the effect of what they're going through on my life. I would never do that. Ever. Ever. That is not how I roll. But again, this is a grooming process that these YouTubers have become accustomed to and utilize it on these families. And it's a shame because Brandy thought that this lady, and maybe still does, and I'm sure she'll wake up one day, but probably think this purple girl is her friend. She is not her friend. Anybody that does that to a mother that is just learning that her son is dead after me just having this interview with her, not even 2 months before, 45 days before the revelation that her son, they're looking for the remains of her son. She was hopeful. She was hopeful. It was for law enforcement to tell her, and law enforcement should have told Brandy when they arrested Sarah on the charges that they arrested her on. Again, when it broke here on the Bullhorn Betty channel, Sarah was only 2 hours out of her arraignment. That means I came really late to the game in putting this information out. And still, they tried to turn it out as I was trying to be disrespectful to the family. I did nothing wrong to that family. I have absolutely advocated for that family. I've absolutely advocated for Michael Vaughn. And this other creator decides to take a knife and plunge it into Brandy's heart on her live, and then turn around and have the audacity to try to blame it on me. How dare you? Like, literally, how dare you? Yes, and for those, I definitely remember I told you that maybe call and see what you guys can provide, because in times of like this, the things that are that go by the wayside is cleaning and food preparation. And Brandy still has to be dealing with all this information. She's dealing with a lot of grief and a lot of pain to the revelation of what is going on in her community. It is sad. And so if you would like to give a meal to this family, there's the link to do so. This is the one thing, that the family that can really help the family. Money helps the family pay bills. If you want to donate to Michael, the Michael Monkey Vaughn Trust, there it is. It's a Venmo at Monkey Family Trust. If you would like to help financially, if you would like to help give this family a break from cooking and things and have more of a special gift, you can do this. If you guys would like to, you can let them know that you're part of the Bullhorn Betty channel. It's not necessary whatsoever, but we have been working very hard. We have some of the largest numbers right now in this segment on YouTube for this type of case, and we've been advocating for Michael Family Trust and have been promoting that for a solid week. This link right here. I think before that it was the Cash App, but as soon as we corrected it the very next day with the Venmo account. Cash App is not working. It's the Venmo account. And apparently those smaller YouTube channels are taking credit for the work that we're doing here. So not that it means anything, but I don't like that. I don't like that, because we work very hard here and we have supported this family. We will continue to support this family, and we'll continue to support this family with integrity. I will never, ever bring Brandy on a live airing to put a heart or a knife through her heart. I would never, ever do that. And, people are saying, well, why didn't you reach out to her? First of all, I don't know the family like that. Okay. I don't have any way to contact Brandy. My contact has been through a third party. With all my conversations and coordination and even going out there, it's been through a third party. It hasn't been directly with Brandy. Brandy has come out and asked for people to give her family some privacy during this rough time, and I respected that. With them releasing information to the public, naturally, any normal person would conclude that the family has already been made aware of the charges. I'm not going to call her and disrupt her and ask her if she knew of these charges. I'm not going to be the one. That's not my job. That's law enforcement's job. And so far throughout this whole entire process, they've been executing their job pretty darn well. So there's no reason for me to have thought that they failed to notify Brandy of this charge. And as many of you guys have come to my defense, I did nothing wrong. And I will state I did nothing wrong. I didn't do anything underhanded. This was the people, Sandra and Stacy Wandra, were disclosed to us by normal media methods. The address of the home was provided to us through normal media efforts. And so everything I did was completely 100% above board based upon public information out there on Google. And then I took that public information. I was nudged by another, I don't know, I think she's a creator on here, but still a person that comes on the Bullhorn Betty channel and watches this show, reached out to me early that day and said, there's something going on. You need to call this and get this. And so I took her advice. Her name's Whitley. You guys know she came up here on the channel that day when we were breaking this news. But they had released that information. And so I recorded it. I never had to tell them I was media. I never even had to tell this law enforcement agency that my name or anything. I just simply asked what Stacy and Sarah Wandra's charges were. They advised me that Stacy had not been charged. However, Sarah has been charged with failing to report a death to law enforcement or the coroner. So, maybe people are a little, saying that maybe that information shouldn't have been released. Again, that's not my fault. That, again, goes back to law enforcement, whether they're allowed to release that information or not, and whether that was in their guidelines or not to release that information. And if it was, then that's how we acquired the information, through the proper channels. So with that all being said, I'm not going to feel guilty about bringing this breaking news to my audience. I do feel guilty that Brandy trusted the wrong people. I do feel bad that law enforcement failed to notify her of the specific charge. Now, where the disconnect comes in is that law enforcement did speak to Brandy. They did tell her a little bit about what was going on at that home. They did advise her that they are looking for remains, but I'm sure she was still, holding out hope that he was not found in the yard. And again, we're still questioning, was he found in the yard? Because we know that there was digging done before the heavy equipment came in. We know that. How much stuff, evidence, or remains have they already removed from that property? We don't know. And the reason why I'm questioning that is because I believe J.D. Huff is playing his cards right. He's playing the poker hand that he's given him very, very well. He's been able to shake the media and social media off his, tail, and was able to maintain the integrity of his case, and had actually a person of interest behind bars since April, and none of us knew. So again, he's doing everything he's supposed to be doing it, and in the right way. Me as media, I'm going to ask the questions. It's up to law enforcement to tell me that goes directly to the integrity of the investigation. And we want to hear that when we ask those questions. We're still going to ask the tough questions that need to be asked, because that's our job. But it's also the job of law enforcement on a need-to-know basis. Is this something I need to know? If it's not, then they come up with that boilerplate. We have we have to protect the integrity of our investigation, and we're leaving no stone unturned, yada, yada, yada. Like when we ask these questions, if they answer them, that's great. But if they give us a boilerplate response, that's great as well. At least we ask the question. So great of Brandy to go ahead and do this interview. Thank you for doing this, Betty. I like the style of your ways. I take you over the purple hair lizard tongue lady. Thank you. And I can promise you, I would have never done what that lady did to Brandy, especially after saying that she was my friend and stuff like that. That was a personal phone call that should have been made. That should have never been addressed on a live podcast or any otherwise. I mean, this is a woman that is learning that her son may not come home after having hope for over a year, almost a year and a half, that he was going to make it back to them. That is not integrity. And then to turn around and try to blame it on another person, your actions. You're trying to blame your actions on another person was like the utmost disgust I had. Because she wasn't watching my channel. Not watching my channel at all. You, the YouTuber, did this to Brandy on live TV, not Bullhorn Betty. When you get more famous, they try to knock you down. Yeah, that is. And I've been on this road for some time. When I came to YouTube, it was easier for them to do it when I was first new to YouTube. But I've been here for a year. People have watched me. People have seen me. People know how I work. People know my batting average now, right? When I first came here, I really didn't have a whole lot of batting average. Nothing, we had the Gabby Petito case, and people were a little skeptical on that until the family sued them for exactly what we were saying out in the front yard. And they won, by the way. FYI, they won their case, $3 million. And then you've got Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner. Some of the earlier work was some of our best work, in my opinion, because even then we were able to get the victim. You know, we didn't do a whole lot. I mean, outside of Gabby Petito, I got my name Bullhorn Betty. But to be honest with you, we don't really use the bullhorn. I think over the last year, I've used the bullhorn maybe 3 times. I've used it once out in Summer Wells. I used it out and Gabby Petito. And I used it for Quentin Simon. But even though I have Bullhorn Betty as my name, to be honest with you, it's just one small tool that I utilize in my wealth of toolbox, you know, my plentiful toolbox that I have. It's just one strategy that I use. And I don't even use it very often. I only use it when it's necessary. And Quentin Simon, it was necessary because law enforcement wasn't hearing us. And then they arrested my friend, and all hell broke loose after they arrested Dolly, because we had every single freaking phone blowing up at the county side, in the police side, and the sheriff's side. This was no joke. Like, you do not arrest somebody falsely and then expect me to sit on my hands and do absolutely nothing while you falsely keep him in jail. I went out there with my bullhorn and I have never screamed in my bullhorn like I did the day that Dolly got arrested. I was pissed. Not just pissed, like I literally had sweat pouring down my head. I was angry. I was frustrated. This woman that assaulted me, that assaulted 2 other people out there, gets Dolly thrown in jail while she's able to walk away for free and walk away free rather. And then when we go look into her, now mind you, she's passing around a mugshot of mine from 20 years ago, handing it out to the neighbors. And we literally have 5 mugshots of hers just in the last year. Just how dare you go and hand out my mugshot from years ago when you yourself are a con woman that steals, that doesn't know how to pay for things in a store. You're a thief, a liar, and a con woman. And you're crazy as hell, by the way. And don't worry. We made sure that everybody in and around your community is very well aware of you and your carriage with your dogs in it. So the next time you go to a store to steal those batteries and to steal that other stuff that you want to steal and stick it in your basket, they're going to already have your basket with pictures of your dogs and you already. I made sure that I hit it out 10 miles from your home, lady. 10 miles from your home. And when I get there to New Jersey, you're going to start seeing them pop up in windows because I'm going to all the stores to make sure that they're well aware of who you are. People in this community, I've lived here my whole life. They know exactly who I am. I bet you can call my county sheriff and say Andrew Griffin, and he'll know exactly who you're talking about. And it's not because of my criminal record. It's because of the work I do in this county. You can't make this stuff up. And all the haters out there, I know you're jealous. Because not only do I protect my county, I protect other people's as well. And I travel all over this country for victims. Doesn't sound like a grifter to me. It sounds like somebody that works very hard for positive changes. Positive. I see there's another super chat. I'm trying to get to it. Excuse me. I don't know what it is, but I can drink coffee in bed and be fine. But I can't drink coffee and talk without hiccuping. As long as I don't talk, I don't hiccup. There it is. I found it. There we are. Oh, thank you. Heavens 57. I observe those troublemaking channels stir up the feathers of the retired law enforcement YouTube channels to come against you. It's all hectic. Yeah. And not only that, but, you know, again, the integrity of these law enforcement counterparts here on YouTube, especially the retired ones, they should know, you know, just looking under the hood a little bit or even reaching out. You can reach out to me at bullhornbetty@gmail.com. I'm happy to speak to you. I'm happy to tell you my side of the story if you are so interested. But having conjecture and taking it as fact and running your channels as law, that's irresponsible, especially if you're in the law enforcement realm of YouTube. If you're a past law enforcement agent and you're not getting both sides of the story, but yet you're laying down facts as if you got both sides, then you're in the wrong. You're in the wrong, period. But you know what did happen is they were trying to get Duty Ron to come against me. I noticed it because they were talking about the gentleman that called the neighbors, which I still agree that was above board. That was in his journalistic purview. And I do that because if I do that, I want to make sure that I'm above board and that it's in my journalistic purview. And it is. It is. So that's why I'm protecting that aspect of it. However, Duty Ron disagreed with the calling of the neighbors. However, he was asking, it's no different than media knocking on your door and saying, hey, there's a house being dug up behind you. Would you like to talk to us and tell us your side or what you've heard and stuff like that? It's no different. It was just done on the phone instead of in person. But this idea that we don't have, that media can't do it, that there's some kind of law against media reaching out to people, even neighbors, there's no law against it. There's nothing criminal about it. He wasn't interrogating a witness. I don't like that word. That was not an interrogation. That was a media interview. Big difference from a professional media personality. Okay. Again, Jonathan is not a YouTuber. He actually is an investigative journalist with your content, an online publication that many people across this country watch and read. So he just uses YouTube in his own personal capacity to get some of his stories out. And his professional capacity. Because he's independent. He writes for your content. He's employed by your content, but he's also employed by himself and does investigative journalistic work on his own, freelance. But again, I totally disagree with his assessment, but to each their own. He has his opinion, I have mine. But the one thing that the Duty Ron said, he goes, well, with the call on the other hand, because people were trying to get him to come out against me. And he said, with the call on the other hand, that may have been within the guidelines of the police department. I don't agree with it, but, obviously, he goes, I'm not going to get into that call. He said that right on his life. He's not going to, because he knows what I did was absolutely above board and was the correct way of going about to obtain information. So even Duty Ron, I mean, he talks to me about my jagaloonish behavior for being out in front of Leilani's house. So what? I'll give him that. That's his opinion. So what? No big deal. I disagree with his opinion because I've got law that supports the fact that media and the press have a right to ask questions and speaking to neighbors or other people in the community. I mean, even when the shooting took place out in Texas, that child, we went through all that, people coming in to get their kids, the news outlets were right there as people were pulling them up, sticking a microphone and a camera in their face, asking them, all these questions and stuff. There's nothing illegal to that. There is actually power of the press. Like, we have a right to the press. We have a right to hear the news. We have a right to know these things going on in our community. We have a right. So I disagree with his analysis on the whole interview of the neighbor thing. It's no different than media. You heard police off the cuff. He has disdain for media, his years of media. Even Duty Ron was talking about this stuff since he's been online. He's been online for about 5 years, I believe he said. He said this stuff was going on since the Cash Gernon case. Well, guess what? He can't possibly be talking about Bullhorn Betty because I didn't debut on this platform until 11/29 of 2021. Okay, so I know that haters are trying to make us stretch. But let me clarify, and you guys can go back and review Duty Ron. I'm not going to play his stuff here. Go over and give him the clicks and views and the money and the advertisement and stuff like that. I don't want it, but you can go over there and listen to his entire conversation. And I can guarantee everything that the haters are saying about me and saying that Duty Ron is saying is completely and wildly, again, false. Oh, thank you. BHP, I'm proud of you and the work you do. Thank you. Thank you. And I just want to let everybody know that the with us being out in front of Quentin Simons, this is going directly to No Charge Hadley. You know, with us making all this money, let me tell you, I've been home for the last 2 weeks. In the grand scheme of things, we have already received our budget to go back. We have already received our budget to get back there. Now, how long to stay and stuff like that is up for, you know, up for determination. But for the better part, we've got our money for our trip back. And we did that right from this house. Why? Because we are based upon donations, not ad revenue. And we know that they like to always say, oh, they got ad revenue. Well, I just proved to you guys that I stood on my feet, my feet for 9 solid hours, over and almost 10 hours, to be honest with you. Once you unload and get set up and all this other stuff, 10 hours on my feet, talking into my phone, telling the story that was going on, reporting from the scene. And I was there for 9 solid hours, did not sit down except to the drive to the restroom. And that was it. I made $107 off ad revenue. What does that turn out to be? I think it's less than minimum wage. So if they really want to keep going about it, I mean, might as well just go ahead and calculate this. And why am I doing this? Because at the end of the day, we don't, it's not about ad revenue. We get donations from the gracious people like yourselves that support this channel and support the work that we're doing. This is not something that is, there's a calculator. Let's see what it wakes up to. So we'll do 9 hours. It was over 9 hours, but we'll reduce it to be conservative. So we're going to do 107. Let's do 108, right? More money, more time, or less time rather. So we got 108 divided by 9 equals. So based on ad revenue and alone, just ad revenue alone, me sitting out there and talking into my phone produces $12 an hour. Now explain to me who you know that can live out of a hotel room, eat, gas, insurance, all the stuff that goes with it for $12 an hour. That's really what, if you want to look at the ad sense, I make $12 an hour. Out there in the hot sun, wasting my gas, my time, everything for $12 an hour. And that was with a 35,000 views. As you can see, not all of my videos do 12,000 views. This one here, what are we up to? We've been here for 4 hours. 4 hours, and we are up to 8,000 views after 4 hours. 8,000 views after 4 hours. So you can imagine 35. So if you, that would be a fourth, right? It's almost 36. You got 8 times 4, 32. So let's say, so it's about $8 an hour so far that I'm making here. See what I'm saying? Not a lot of money, folks. Not a lot of money. And that's only the times that we're online. That's not the times that we're offline. Many of you guys know I only usually do 2-hour segments for my coffee club. Today's 4 hours. It might be 6 hours today. And it's just because I wasn't here live yesterday and we have an enormous amount of stuff to go over. One of it's talking about Michael Monkey Vaughn's case, which we just did. We talked of the one thing that we have not yet talked about is the Idaho 4. Let me make sure that's correct. Hold on. Give me just a second. We've got Michael on here. We've got Quentin Simon on here. We really didn't touch too much on Debbie Collier or the Idaho 4. So those are going to be this next half of the day is the 4. We're going to pray that my filling, because like I said, it doesn't hurt. It was just it wasn't a deep cavity. It's not to my nerves or anything. So like I can deal without it. But it really pisses me off because it was already fixed. And that was the one piece, the last dentist, I told him to cut that out so it could be all one piece like it used to be. And he didn't do it. He only fixed the top spot and not the bottom spot. Well, the bottom spot finally came out, but the top spot's intact. That's why these dentists, they always try to tell me what I need, what they want me to know. And I always try to tell them what I know is proper. And still They always push their way on me, and then I end up having to pay hundreds of dollars because of their mistakes. Not a lot of people like JLR. I've got to be honest with you. You know, he's I don't really have a lot to say about JLR. You know, I respect the work that he does at times. You know, he's friendly with me. We've covered a lot of cases. We worked on a lot of stuff politically, professionally. You know, and even these true crime cases, kind of like a personal a personal type of thing. But you know, it's metamorphed itself into something a lot bigger and has a lot more purpose than we actually knew. I gotta say, I have to be honest with you. When Olivia, Jonathan, and I were together, that was probably the best elite team that I think that could have rolled through YouTube. Somewhere along the way, you know, Jonathan, either he's just got too much stuff going on in his stuff. He just wants to be behind the screen. You know, he doesn't really want to be out in the field very much anymore, at least according to what I'm seeing. I don't know if that to be true. We have invited him on multiple trips, and you know, his schedule hasn't allowed it. So, you know, I don't know. Today's going to be a good day. Love you, Betty from Northeast Florida. Thank you, Jaguar. Nice to see you. Thank you. I love you too. God bless. God bless. But I mean, overall, all in all, you know, his intentions are good. I mean, he doesn't have. People always try to bring up his past. Look, the man was charged with one crime and went to jail for one crime. It's not like he is a horrible. I mean, the people that are saying these things about him have a worse criminal record than JLR does. Let's be honest, right? He doesn't have drug charges. He doesn't have violent charges. He's got one charge that he had when he was young. He went and did his time. I mean, it's not like, I mean, how many times have I been arrested? I've been arrested at least 15 times in my 20s and 30s. Right? You know, even though I was only convicted of 3 charges, 2 DUIs, one from 2006, one from 2011. Yes, that far ago. And a violation of probation. Like that's all I've had on my record that I've been charged with, lawfully charged with. And everything else has been dropped and everything. But if you really wanted to talk about records, why are you beating JLR up for one charge that he did his time for? I mean, if you want to talk about arrest, I've been arrested. I've never done a lick of time in jail because the stuff I've been convicted for were minor misdemeanors. My first DUI and my second DUI were both classified as first DUIs because of the time that went through them. It was over 6 years from the one to the other. Actually, it was 2006 to 2011, 5 years. I met that cutoff right. I was pretty close to the cutoff. Like it could have been a second DUI for me, but it wasn't because of the way the law is written. If there's been XYZ time between the first and the second, the first can be considered, or the second can be considered a first. So I know it's a little confusing, but that's the way the statute in Florida is written. So I was basically convicted of 2 first offense DUIs, and that was just the plea that was worked out. I did wrong. You know, the second one, that was bullshit. But I was in a place where I couldn't really fight it. I needed to get back to work. I couldn't let my boss know that this stuff was going on in my personal life, you know, yada, 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 right? So I just ate it and just kept moving forward. And it really doesn't affect me. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, those charges have never affected my ability to get a job. They've never affected my ability with FBI screenings. They've never affected my ability for anything. I can still vote. I still carry a concealed weapons permit. I can own a gun. I can do everything I want to do. It does not affect me. If I kept going down the road, would it affect me? Yeah, because more serious punishments and things of that nature would eventually come. Because again, what are the secret sauce for all these horrible cases we cover? Drugs and alcohol, right? Drugs, alcohol, and violence. A lot of the stuff that was going on in my house in my 20s. Yeah. So if this is personal to me, yeah, it's personal to me. Are you going to do a panel or call in? I don't think today, because we're already past 4 hours. and I still have so much to go over. And actually, I just may decide to go over Debbie Collier's. Actually, I'll just go over it real quick, and we'll dive into it a little more in detail tomorrow. And that will be, you know, obviously there's some questions with the Idaho 4. Here are the questions with the Idaho 4. We know that there were at least 6 people in the home at the time they lost their life. We know that. Why? Because law enforcement told us that. I have to be honest with you, when they were giving us the details from law enforcement, there were a lot of things. Right? There were a lot of things that I think that spokesperson or the sheriff's, I don't know if he was the deputy or if he was the sheriff or if he was the police chief or who he was. I can't remember off the top of my head, but there was a lot of questions that he answered that I literally cringed. I'm like, no, right? He was giving way too many details that were going to muddy up and murky up his investigation. It's like, you know, and this is the stuff. And of course, us YouTubers, we're going to have to dive into it because that's our job. It's law enforcement's job to keep this stuff under wraps, so we can't dive into it. And I just felt like he gave way too much information about what was going on in that home at the time this happened that should not have been revealed. That's my personal. Now, I'm glad he revealed a lot on the, you know, media side of things. It gives us some stuff that we can work with and start investigating and looking into and deriving some information from. But again, you know, I like the job of the police and I like the job of the media. And I think that there's ways for everybody to work together in this crazy world, right? But one of the things is the police department not giving too much information to the public. That is key to keeping a lot of this under wraps, giving them the information they need to know. But withholding the stuff they don't need to know is crucial in these cases because once the cat's out of the bag, the cat is out of the bag. You can't put it back in. And there was a couple things that I totally disagree with on a legal perspective, you know, a prosecuting perspective, but one that I like for a media perspective, if that makes any sense. So I thought him diving into how many people were in that house, whether those other 2 people were there at the time of this crime, why it took them so long to call law. I think all of that stuff should have been due to the integrity of, to keeping the integrity of this investigation. I cannot comment on that. Due to the integrity of this investigation, I cannot comment on that. He didn't do that. He actually answered their questions. And we found out that there was 2 additional people in that home that were there at the time of the attack, but were not injured, and called law in for an unconscious person. This is my problem I have with it. When you have a knife attack, there is blood everywhere. Okay? You're talking about one of the most, I guarantee, one of the most gruesome crime scene to these law enforcement people. This had to have been the most gruesome, bloodiest, goriest crime scene that in the history of that university. So it starts making people like me and people like you start thinking, who were these roommates and why did they call this in as an unconscious person, knowing that these people were brutally attacked by a large knife? Most likely all were attacked with the same knife. And so this is where I have a problem. You know, a lot of law enforcement doesn't like the meddling of media and social media, but these are the kinds of statements that provoke the media and social media getting involved, because now we're curious, who were these people? And you know what? We're not calling law enforcement to ask them who these people were because we know they're going to tell us, due to the integrity of the investigation, they're not going to release that information. So what does it force people like sleuths to do? To go and tear these people's social medias and everything else upside down until they identify the people there. And then when they identify the people there, whoever gets it out first will get those views. And then the rest of social media will pick up the ball. Now you have people reaching out to these other students, calling them murderers, calling them all this other stuff. And this is all because one police chief gives entirely too much information that was not necessary. And then when I go there, they're going to blame me. And it's not me, it's them. But there were two people in that room. So I definitely, just like everybody else, have the question of why did they wait until noon to call this in, and why did they call it in as a unconscious person? There had to have been blood everywhere. So these are the things that are making me say, who are these people in that home? Are they suspects or are they witnesses? Are they suspects or are they witnesses? That's what I would like to know. An RSO is in Quentin Simon's Facebook group. We need to notify Chatham County, and nothing has been done. Well, what did you expect? It's Chatham County. We've been exposing Chatham County and their lawlessness for a solid month. That does not surprise me one bit. In Grub Truck video, Maddie was on the phone and took pics. So who was she chatting with? Good point. That is another thing. Guys, many people don't understand that knife attacks are typically some of the most personal. And they identified that in their commentary, that this appeared to be personal in nature. Why would they say that? Because a knife attack, if you are just wanting to injure or kill someone, you stab them one or two times, you don't know your environment, this is a strange place, you dodge, right? Just like the people in the gunfights, they're running away as they're pulling the trigger. They're trying to get out of Dodge because they know cops will be coming. This is somebody that had an opportunity to stab not only one person, but 4 people inside a residence. The doors and windows were not breached involuntarily. That means that they believe that this person was known to these people. Now you're talking about a college kids. You're talking about them going out partying. Could this have been a drug dealer? There is the potential for that. Could this have been a jaded lover? It could be that. What we do know is that it is personal. I am curious to find out who has the absolute most injuries. Whoever has the absolute most injuries is most likely the target of this crime. If they all have about the same amount of injuries, then I'm going to probably lean to, a drug deal or a robbery gone wrong. If it's one, and especially if it's a lady that's stabbed like 63 times and everybody else is stabbed, 10, then the person that's stabbed 60 times, depending on if it's male or female, I would presume it would be a jaded lover or somebody that they did terribly, terribly wrong, like a best friend or somebody that was unstable that went off, or if it could have been an ex-girlfriend or an ex-boyfriend from a person that they're seeing. But that kind of personal level. And I think that that's what we may be finding. So I'm interested in looking at those that key factor. Who had the most injuries on them inside that home? Again, it's going, depending on how this is, it's going to, maybe the 2 people that were there were drunk and passed out in their bed and didn't hear none of this. And nobody even knew they were home when it happened. And if they had known that they were home when it happened, they could have been a victim themselves. So this is one of those things where those other roommates could seriously be, thankful that they have their life, or could be part of this scenario. So I'm curious how long they've all lived together. I mean, you're talking about 6 people in, a dorm or a townhouse or whatever. I'm sure it's probably, I don't know if it's on campus living or off campus living. It seems like it might be off campus living near the university, But I did not look into that enough to make that determination. I'm pretty sure you guys have watched other channels, may know that answer already. I don't know. Is the food truck a small food truck that always parked outside of the university that sells food? It's possible. I mean, you know, food trucks, that's the beauty of food trucks. They can travel around and be anywhere. I think that somebody from the food truck followed them home? This is too personal for that kind of impersonal relationship from what I'm gathering from law enforcement. If we don't do anything, I would look up the offender's probation or parole officer and contact them directly, as Pitt Mama stated. Yeah. I see, you're welcome. JLR did it and showed the SM platform, the proof that they removed the account. I don't know. I don't know what that is. Workers, the workers are working. Yeah. Wow, I'm crying. It's sad. It's sad. I'm absolutely 100%. The guy probably put up a fight, so he may be lucky for injuries. Speculation only. Yeah, just because somebody puts up the fight does not necessarily mean that they're the ones that are injured, because if it's this personal and they came in and that person would have been attacking whoever they were coming for, another person may have gone and entered in and tried to diffuse that. Next thing you know, they're gone. And then the other two witnesses may just be in a corner crying, and they realize they can't leave witnesses, and they're off. So yes and no, that doesn't necessarily mean that, because even though somebody might be the one that's putting up the fight, doesn't mean they're going to be injured the most, because it could just take one little slice and they're down on their knees, you know, and then you don't need 16 or 60 stab wounds for them. You know, I don't know what the situation is. None of us do. We just know there's multiple stab wounds. It's a large knife, and it appears that it was the same weapon for all four. That and the it was personal in nature, it appeared. A family member that's 17 dated a 14-year-old. He on the lowest tier, Megan's Law. He has to register yearly with the police. And see, I mean, people may listen. I think this whole RSO should be of the despicable of the despicable. This 3-year age difference. We have people married that have, like my last ex-husband was 12 years different than me. Yes, I was an adult, 14 from 17. You know, in some grand scheme of things, yeah, is it wrong? Yes, but does it rise to an RSO where you're an actual offender of no? This is not what this RSO, in my opinion, should ever be used for. This kind of, you know, mommy and daddy don't like older boyfriend type of crap. This should be for the people that pray. It should only be utilized for people that prey on children and young adult or young teens, that prey on them. A 17-year-old and a 14-year-old, I hardly doubt that's predatory. You know, stupid decision. Yes, but predatory in nature, no. Unless there was an actual forced or, you know, something of that nature, then okay. But 14 and 15-year-old girls, let's be honest, are already curious and already hormonal and already looking for that type of attention and everything like that. Now, 23, 20, 19, 18, and 14, I get it. That's an adult with a minor. You know, maybe they should have been smarter with that. However, this day and age, you've got people that are so smart in the 9th grade working with seniors in the 12th grade for AP classes, you know, advanced classes and things of that nature. You're not going to be able to stop the older person from dating the younger person. But again, in my opinion, the registered offenders list should only be for predators, not stupid decision makers. If a person did something that was wrong, even if they're 20 and they dated a 15-year-old, there's 5 years different. If they're not predatory and this was just a poor decision, they should not have to. If this is not something that's likely to happen again for them, it's a totally different scenario. And I'm sorry, I think the RSO needs to be specific for people that are predatory to our children and our teenagers. Not a boyfriend and girlfriend scenario where mommy and daddy doesn't like the age. I'm sorry. That to me is not what the RSO system is for. I had a friend who flashed some guy on spring break and she had to register as so. Yeah, see, that's not predatory. That's a stupid decision. And there has got to be something that regulates this process. Because when I look up an RSO and I find out that it's because a 17-year-old slept with a 14-year-old, that pisses me slap off. Like, I'm looking for the predators, the people that are sick in the head, that violate children and teenage rights, that groom these people. Those are the people that are predatory and should be RSOs, not somebody flashing somebody. Not somebody, that has a younger, just a small age difference there, but one's an adult and one's underage. That is not an RSO. That's not a predator. So I think that there needs to be some guidelines in two different registrations. Yes. But a stupid decision should have an end date. Like, you have to register for 5 years. Like, this whole lifetime thing. Like, when I look at it, I want to know who is predatory toward children and teenagers. Who are they? That's what I want to know when I go to look for that. I don't want to pull up a report thinking, oh, this guy is for this, and then we come to find out it's because he's a 30-year-old when he was 17 dated a 14-year-old. You have got to be kidding me. To wrap that type of situation in with somebody that diddlies with little children. You have got to be kidding me. Or forcefully doing it. That's what I did say. It's not, it's just the boyfriend girlfriend thing. It's got to go. It's got that should not rise to the level of an RSO. That's not predatory in nature. That's two people that fell in love from different age groups. Again, if he was 18 and she was 14, that's only a 4-year gap. Whether it's wrong or not, it's still not predatory. It's a stupid, dumb decision. And he should have to pay, if it rises to the level of criminality, he should have to pay for that. I'm not saying that he gets off scot-free, but I don't think that rises to the level of being a registered offender, or should have to be a registered offender. So, I'm not trying to, talk down, but when I go to look for RSOs, I want to know who are the bad guys. Not stupid young people making stupid, dumb decisions that they will never do again. That's stupid. So that's with the whole 4. And then again, just kind of rehashing Debbie Collier. Again, we're finding out that we were just hearing from law enforcement that this had been a personal crime to her. And then we have this whole bombshell. He did 4 years in prison for it. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. But you know what? Even the 4 years, that should have been enough. It should have been 4 years in prison. And that's it. This whole register, like, we want predators registered. We don't want people making stupid decisions having to be registered for the rest of their life because they made one stupid decision. We want people that prey on our children. Yeah, exactly. And that's it. The psychology of a predator versus somebody making a stupid decision is what should be rise to the level of what an RSO is. I think that a lot of people have gotten smart about this over the years, because it's not very often you hear of the 17 and 14-year-old and then the person being, I've heard about it. It happened way back in the day because I went to school with a gentleman that was dating it. Now, mind you, this gentleman, let me tell you this story. Not right upstairs. He was a little, I don't want to say the R word, but a little, he was smart. You wouldn't, but when you talk to him, you realize that there was something, a learning disability there of something. Anyways, he was 18 at the time, I believe it was. And he was dating, I think it was a similar situation, except he was 18 and the girlfriend was 14 or 15. And he had to become listen to this. First of all, he wasn't a predator. That same girl that he has to register for the rest of his life as an RSO is his wife that he's been married to for over 20-something years now and has children with. This is something that her parents didn't like. They survived it. They got married. They lived happily ever after. And he has to be an RSO because of a 4-year age difference. And he has never been a predator of children in his life. And the one that he was accused of being a predator to, he's been married to for a very, very, very long time. And so, and it wasn't a huge age difference. It wasn't 10 years. It wasn't 20 years. It was literally 4 or 5 years. That to me does not, he should never have been on that list. And again, 2 totally different psychologies in mindset in a predator versus somebody that makes a bad or poor decision. And not only that, but I don't know, and this is not to blame children, but parents need to be cognizant of this. Children are looking older and older. Like I remember my one of my friends, and we lived in an apartment side by side over in El Conquistador, an up and coming area, and at that time, around 1999, 2000, somewhere around there was when I was in El Conquistador, and her sister was 14 years old and going to prom, first prom, 14 or 15, going to her first prom. I'm telling you, when I saw her in her dress, in her hair done, in her makeup done, she looked 25 years old. I would have never, ever, ever knew that she was the age she was. And so parents, you guys have to be cognizant as well of what your children's activities are. Girls hit hormones a lot quicker than guys. People don't believe that, but when there's a certain age when girls are just needing the attention of boys and they're willing to do anything for it. And you have to be cognizant of that, and vice versa. It's not the girl's fault. It's not just the guy's fault, but parents have a hand in all this stuff too. If you see your children are dressing inappropriately, you need to correct that inappropriate dress. Not literally the dress, but dress. Like even the guys, they're going out. If you have a Christian lifestyle and your child's going out looking like a thug, you might want to have a conversation with them. You got a good life and a good household, and your child is wearing, your girl is wearing, skimpy clothes and shaking her booty and wanting to go, maybe you need to correct that. Yeah, they can be emancipated, and that needs to be. But like I said, I think they're getting wiser and smarter. When the law first came out, I think that they were imposing these barbaric, registrations for just about anybody that had any kind of sexual charge. Whether it's being on Daytona Beach all drunk and getting it on behind a lifeguard stand, right? Those would be type of people that go to court and be considered RSOs. They're not predatory. They weren't even touching children, right? Weren't even around children when this happened. But yet here they are, RSOs. I just think that it sounds like they've got a lot of stuff cleared up, because you really don't hear that new stuff nowadays as you did back in 1999, 2000. Now, I don't know when your child was going through this, the 17 and 14-year-old. I don't know what years that was when all this stuff was happening, but it seems like they've gotten a lot better, and I think they've cleared up a lot of stuff, because I have to assume that many people were complaining about that. Like, I don't want to see an RSO for a stupid decision. I want to see an RSO for somebody that is a predator. I want to know who the predators are around the community, not the idiots. Right? There are some girls that lie about their age too. There are. I was one of them. That's why I'm able to talk about this. When I was 15, I told people I was 18. So, I mean, my parents had to deal with it with me. What they didn't do is they didn't go and press charges against every older person that I was with, because they knew I was kind of losing my shit. I was most likely the culprit. My dad and my mom wouldn't play those games. They didn't play those games. Caitlin, it says, Caitlin, yes, you are right. Sorry, it was a bar. But if you want the video, they get their food right there. Yeah, it is. It is. It's like it's a, you know, we used to call them roach coaches back in the day, but these things are so fancy now that, you know, you can literally get like a freaking, a world-renowned chef in one of these, these, you know, mobile restaurants. And, but they're really good food. I mean, the food's come up quite a bit, and they're actually, nowadays, those vehicles are under as much inspection right now as restaurants, regular restaurants. Yeah, and we have to be, because there are so many predators out there. And there is an underbelly in society that preys upon these children and tries to groom them. And, you know, just like this community that we're dealing with Michael Monkey Vaughn, you've got a great community, a safe place to live, wonderful neighbors, and you have renters that live 4 minutes away that do the unthinkable and destroy an entire family and an entire community, and the sanctity and the security of that community they removed. You know, I don't know what's before Brandy or Tyler after this. You know, I don't know how, you know, maybe they want to stay there for memory factors, but I don't know if I could ever live in that house again after this. You know, I really don't, but who knows? Who knows? Well, listen, guys, we've had an amazing time. We've talked about a lot today, an awful lot. I don't know if tomorrow will be this lengthy, but again, the reason why we were this lengthy today is because I was not on here yesterday. I had some personal issues to deal with. I had, you know, dinner with Mama Bullhorn. By the way, the pork roast was delicious. What? And my mom made an actual doggy bag for my neighbor, and he didn't get it. I stole Glenn's doggy bag. I did, and I ate it. I'm a horrible neighbor. I'm a horrible, horrible neighbor. I called my mom and said, Mom, I know you told me to just give this to Glenn, but I ate it. And she's like, well, enjoy. Have you guys, no one is covering Quentin since y'all left? No, yeah, I do notice that. And that's exactly what the police chief wants. He wants no coverage of this case. He does not want to be held accountable for his shitty ass response to this case. And everybody that goes against him, and he uses his badge to try to silence them and intimidate them. Well, you know what? You want to arrest me? Baby, I'm coming back to Chatham County. If you want to arrest me, go ahead and arrest me, and let's take this to court. Let's take this to court, because I am doing absolutely nothing wrong, and I'm going to broadcast this when I get back there. And if you want to throw me in jail for a crime I didn't commit, go ahead. I double dog dare you. Because I'm telling you, I'm not the one you really want to F with. I will take that and I will turn it into something that you do not want it to be. And that is my final warning to this police chief. You will not intimidate me. I am a media professional, whether you like it or not. I do not have to bow down. I own my own channel. I own my own newsworthiness. I own my own media company. I do not need to have some police chief think he's going to run me off. What's going to end up happening is you're going to end up putting me in jail for something I didn't commit. I'm going to end up suing the shit out of the county. And you're going to lose your job because they're going to have to pay it. That's what's going to happen. And if you don't think that I have the money to fight something like this because you're a county, you are a broke county, first and foremost. Secondly, I own everything I have free and clear. Believe me, if I need money and quick cash, I can get it. But I promise you, once I'm broke, bent, and busted, and you get the price tag of that, I will be made whole. And probably above whole. So, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and play these games with this police chief. Stay out of my way and I'll stay out of your way. You're doing a shitty job, and I'm going to say you're doing a shitty job. I'm not talking about your people under you. I'm talking about you specifically. No Charge Hadley are doing a shitty job. I travel this country. I know what good law enforcement is, and I know what shitty law enforcement is. And you, my friend, are doing a shit job. So with that being said, we will be back in Chatham County. With that being said, Bullhorn Betty may go to jail because she decides to exercise her constitutional rights. So we will see how that goes. I'm not a scaredy cat. I'm not Dolly Vision. I'm not scared of my own shadow. As many of you guys know, I have been arrested and I fought it through the legal system, and I have prevailed more times than I have not. I'm sure I will be fine. I'm sure I'll be fine. So I don't want to go to jail, let's be honest. But if I must take a walk to jail, I promise you, they will think twice before they ever do this to another community member again. That's the only thing I can promise. I can't determine the end result of the cases, but I can tell you that I will take it as far as I can take it. And if that means breaking the bank account to take this on an appeal, I will do whatever I have to do. I will do whatever I have to do to vindicate myself. And then once I'm done being vindicated, you will pay me for falsely arresting me. You will pay me every penny that I have had to spend out. You will pay me for my time. You will pay me for my emotions and my PTSD from the experience. You will pay me for every single bit of it that I am worth. And believe me, you have made a lot of mistakes, and you are lucky you do not have a lawsuit yet. Lucky. But I still have plenty of time. The statutes of limitations have not run out. So I wish you guys the best day. God bless each and every one of you. Please remember, TGIF, by the way, it is Friday, right? So I'm going to go and see if I can go up to the dentist and get into the dentist for a filling and, well, just a repair, really. It's not really a filling. The filling's already, the hole's already there. They just need to rough it up and put a new one on. And then I will, I'm going to take the rest of the day and kind of R&R and relax and, you know, start studying on other stuff. There's a lot of moving parts in all these cases. We've covered them, but I would like somebody to do me a favor if you can. If you're in California or not in California, near California, whatever, I just like an update on the Kylie Rodney case. If somebody can just send me some bullet points in my Gmail of just where we've gone from the time the report came out to each and every one of us about it being an accident. I'm curious, has any other revelations come out? Because remember, when they sent that out, which was before November 1st, they actually stated that this is still an ongoing investigation. So I'm curious if the ongoing investigation has been completed. So if anybody knows that, I'd greatly like to hear about that. But anyways, you guys have a wonderful day. God bless each and every one of you. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something, because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Good day.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.